Deep within the Grotte du Renne cave in France 40,000 years ago, a Neanderthal craftsman carefully chips away at a piece of flint. The stone beneath his weathered hands did not come from the limestone cliffs surrounding his shelter. This particular flint travelled over 200 miles from quarries near what we now call the English Channel, carried by traders who risked their lives crossing dangerous rivers and hostile territories. As he works the foreign stone into a sharp-edged tool, our craftsman represents something revolutionary in the story of humanity. He is part of the world's very first trading network. This scene, reconstructed from archaeological evidence discovered in French caves, marks the beginning of one of humanity's most important innovations. Trade did not emerge suddenly like a lightning bolt striking the prehistoric world. Instead, it grew slowly from the most basic human needs and desires, developing over tens of thousands of years into the complex systems that would eventually become our modern economy. To understand how we got from simple stone tools to the digital currencies of today, we must first journey back to these earliest moments when our ancestors first learned to exchange goods with strangers. The story begins with a fundamental problem that has plagued humans since we first began making tools and gathering food. Imagine you are a skilled hunter living 30,000 years ago. You have spent days tracking a massive woolly mammoth across the frozen landscape of Ice Age Europe. After a successful hunt, you and your family now possess enough meat to feed yourselves for weeks, plus warm fur that will keep you comfortable through the harsh winter. However, your stone-tipped spears are wearing out, and you desperately need new flint to make replacements. The problem is that the nearest source of good quality flint lies several days' journey away, controlled by another group of humans who may or may not be friendly to strangers. This scenario illustrates what economists today call the coincidence of wants problem, though our prehistoric ancestors certainly did not use such fancy terms. The coincidence of wants occurs when you have something valuable that others might want, but you cannot find anyone who both wants what you have and possesses what you need. Our mammoth hunter has excess meat and fur but needs flint. Meanwhile, the flint-rich group might have plenty of sharp stones, but desperately need protein and warm clothing. If these two groups could somehow meet and trust each other enough to make an exchange, both would benefit enormously. The earliest evidence of such exchanges appears in archaeological sites across Europe, Africa and Asia. At Blombos Cave on the southern coast of South Africa, researchers have uncovered tiny shell beads that were crafted around 75,000 years ago. These shells did not originate near the cave. Chemical analysis reveals they came from coastal areas more than 100 miles away, suggesting that even our earliest human ancestors were engaging in long-distance trade relationships. The beads themselves tell us something fascinating about early human psychology. Unlike tools or food, these decorative objects served no practical survival purpose. They were created purely for beauty, status, or spiritual significance, showing that trade emerged not just from basic necessity, but from uniquely human desires for self-expression and social connection. Similar evidence appears at archaeological sites across the ancient world. In Grotte du Renne, the same French cave, where our Neanderthal craftsman worked his foreign flint, researchers have discovered ornamental objects made from materials that originated hundreds of miles away. Ivory pendants carved from mammoth tusks, colourful minerals that could only be found in distant mountain ranges, and seashells from coastlines far beyond the cave's forest, setting all point to extensive trading relationships that connected communities across vast distances. These discoveries forced archaeologists to completely revise their understanding of prehistoric life. Rather than isolated bands of primitive humans struggling alone for survival, the evidence revealed sophisticated networks of communication and exchange that spanned entire continents. Perhaps the most impressive example of these early trading networks involves amber, the fossilized tree resin that has captivated humans for millennia with its golden glow and occasional trapped insects. Amber deposits are relatively rare, found primarily along the Baltic Sea coasts of northern Europe. Yet amber artifacts have been discovered at archaeological sites throughout southern Europe, some dating back over 13,000 years. The distance involved in these amber routes was staggering. A piece of Baltic amber found in a Mediterranean cave would have travelled over 1,000 miles, passing through numerous different cultural groups and crossing major geographical barriers like mountain ranges and rivers. The amber trade reveals several crucial aspects of early exchange systems. First, it demonstrates that prehistoric humans were willing to invest enormous time and energy in acquiring goods that had no immediate survival value. Amber could not be eaten, used as a weapon, or worn for warmth. Its value was purely aesthetic and possibly spiritual, suggesting that our ancestors had developed complex ideas about beauty, status and meaning that went far beyond basic survival needs. Second, the amber routes prove that sophisticated trade networks existed thousands of years before the development of agriculture. This finding challenged the long-held belief that complex economic relationships only emerged after humans began farming and living in permanent settlements. The challenges faced by these early traders were immense. Unlike modern merchants who can check weather forecasts, consult maps and communicate instantly with business partners, prehistoric traders operated in a world of uncertainty and danger. Seasonal changes made many routes impassable for months at a time. Rivers flooded in spring, mountain passes filled with snow in winter, and summer droughts could make water sources unreliable. Traders had to time their journeys carefully, often waiting months for the right conditions to attempt dangerous crossings. Storage presented another major challenge. Many trade goods were perishable or fragile. Animal hides needed to be properly cured to prevent rotting, while delicate items like shell beads could be destroyed by rough handling during long journeys. Without metal containers or sophisticated preservation techniques, traders had to develop ingenious methods for protecting their valuable cargo. Archaeological evidence suggests they used specially woven baskets, waterproof leather pouches, and even hollow animal bones to protect small precious items. Perhaps most importantly, early traders had to navigate the complex social and political landscape of prehistoric Europe, Africa, and Asia. Each territory was controlled by different groups with their own languages, customs, and attitudes toward strangers. Some communities might welcome traders as sources of valuable goods and information about the outside world. Others might view strangers as threats to be driven away or potential victims to be robbed. Successful traders needed to develop diplomatic skills, learning how to communicate across language barriers and build trust with potentially hostile groups. The social implications of these early trading relationships extended far beyond simple economic exchange. Trade created the first bonds between distant communities, establishing relationships that could span generations. A group that traded flint to mammoth hunters one year might send their children to the same community decades later, creating ongoing connections that helped spread not just goods but also ideas, technologies and cultural practices. Marriage arrangements often followed trade routes, as young people from different communities met and formed relationships during trading expeditions. These marriages created kinship networks that further strengthened economic ties and reduced the likelihood of conflict between trading partners. Trade also began to create social hierarchies within communities. Individuals who were skilled at negotiating with foreign groups, who possessed knowledge of distant routes, or who had built relationships with valuable trading partners gained status and influence within their own communities. These early merchant leaders were among the first people in human history to derive power not from physical strength or hunting ability, but from their knowledge and social connections. They were the ancestors of the merchant princes and banking families who would later dominate medieval European commerce. The psychological impact of trade on early human development cannot be overstated. For most of human prehistory, individual communities were largely isolated, with limited knowledge of the wider world beyond their immediate territory. Trade changed this fundamentally by creating regular contact between distant groups. Traders became sources of information about weather patterns in distant regions, the movements of animal herds, the locations of good hunting grounds, and the activities of potentially hostile neighbours. This information flow gave trading communities significant advantages in terms of survival and planning. Moreover, trade introduced early humans to the concept of abstract value. A beautiful seashell might have no practical use for an inland forest dweller, but if coastal peoples valued such shells highly, then the forest dweller could collect shells during rare trips to the sea and trade them for valuable goods back home. This represented a cognitive leap of enormous importance. Humans began to think not just about the immediate practical value of objects, but about their potential exchange value in different contexts and with different groups of people. The evidence for these early exchange systems comes from painstaking archaeological work that has revolutionized our understanding of prehistoric life. When archaeologists discover stone tools at an ancient campsite, they now routinely analyze the chemical composition of the stone to determine its origin. Obsidian, a volcanic glass prized for its sharp edges, can be traced to specific volcanic sources through its unique chemical signature. When obsidian from a volcano in Turkey appears at archaeological sites in Israel, or when obsidian from Oregon appears at sites in Wyoming, it provides clear evidence of trade relationships spanning hundreds of miles. Similar techniques are used to trace the origins of other materials. Shells can be identified to specific coastal regions through their species and chemical composition. Amber can be matched to particular forests through analysis of the plant matter it contains. Even seemingly common materials like flint and chert have unique characteristics that allow researchers to identify their sources and trace their movement across ancient landscapes. One of the most significant recent discoveries in this field occurred at a site called Starcar in northern England. Here, archaeologists found evidence of a trading post that operated around 9,000 years ago, just as the Ice Age was ending and Europe was warming up. The site contained materials from across Britain and northern Europe, including amber from the Baltic, flint from southern England, and antler tools made from species that lived hundreds of miles away. What made Starcar particularly interesting was evidence that it served as a regular meeting place where different groups gathered seasonally to trade goods and exchange information. The Starcar discovery revealed that prehistoric trading was far more organized and predictable than previously thought. Rather than random encounters between wandering groups, trade was beginning to develop into a systematic activity with regular meeting places, established routes, and probably even scheduled gathering times. This level of organization required sophisticated communication and coordination between communities, suggesting that prehistoric humans had developed complex social institutions long before the advent of writing or permanent settlements. As we piece together the story of these earliest trading networks, a picture emerges of prehistoric humanity that is far more sophisticated and interconnected than previously imagined. These were not primitive savages struggling alone for survival, but intelligent social beings who had learned to cooperate across vast distances and cultural divides. They developed solutions to complex logistical problems, built relationships of trust with strangers, and created systems of value exchange that would form the foundation for all future economic development. The legacy of these prehistoric traders extends far beyond their immediate historical period. The routes they established often became the pathways for later civilizations. Many of the trade routes that connected prehistoric Europe eventually evolved into the Roman road system. The amber routes that linked the Baltic Sea to the Mediterranean became major highways of medieval commerce. The social institutions they created, the trust relationships they built, and the concepts of value and exchange they developed all contributed to the foundation upon which later civilizations would build their economies. Perhaps most importantly, these early traders demonstrated that cooperation and exchange were not just possible between different human groups, but actually beneficial for everyone involved. At a time when life was harsh and resources were often scarce, they proved that peaceful trade could be more profitable than violent conflict. This lesson, learned by trial and error over thousands of years of prehistoric exchange, became one of the fundamental principles underlying all subsequent economic development. From the great trading empires of the ancient world to the global economy of today, the basic insight that voluntary exchange benefits both parties can be traced back to those first brave individuals who ventured beyond their home territories carrying goods to trade with strangers, the agricultural revolution and surplus. When humans learned to stay put, in the fertile crescent of ancient Mesopotamia, 9,000 years ago, a woman named Asher kneels beside her storage pit, carefully counting the grain that her family harvested from their small plot of cultivated land. For the first time in human history, she possesses something that her hunter-gatherer ancestors could never have imagined: more food than her family can possibly eat before the next harvest. The surplus grain filling her underground granary represents a revolutionary moment in the human story, because having too much food, rather than too little, would become the foundation upon which all civilization would eventually rest. This scene, though we cannot know the actual names or specific details of these first farmers, represents one of the most profound transformations in human history. The agricultural revolution, as historians call this period, changed everything about how humans lived, worked, and related to one another. For hundreds of thousands of years, our ancestors had been nomadic hunter-gatherers, moving constantly in search of food, never staying in one place long enough to accumulate possessions or build permanent structures. The discovery that wild grasses could be deliberately planted, tended and harvested changed the fundamental equation of human survival and opened up possibilities that would reshape the entire planet. The transformation did not happen overnight or in one place. Across several different regions of the world, between 10,000 and 7,000 years ago, human communities independently discovered the principles of agriculture. In the Middle East, people began cultivating wheat and barley while domesticating sheep and goats. In China, communities along the Yellow River learned to grow rice and millet while taming pigs and chickens. In Mesoamerica, the ancestors of the Maya and Aztec civilizations developed corn, beans and squash while domesticating turkeys. In the Andes Mountains, future Inca ancestors cultivated potatoes and quinoa while domesticating llamas and alpacas. Each of these agricultural revolutions developed its own unique crops and animals, but all shared the same fundamental discovery that humans could control their food supply rather than simply searching for whatever nature provided. The transition from hunting and gathering to farming was not easy or immediate. Early agriculture was actually less reliable than hunting and gathering, at least initially. Wild plants and animals provided a diverse diet and could be found in different locations if one source failed. Early crops, by contrast, were vulnerable to weather, pests and diseases that could destroy an entire season's work. Archaeological evidence suggests that many communities went back and forth between farming and hunting for centuries, gradually relying more on agriculture as their techniques improved and their crops became more dependable. The key breakthrough came with the development of storage technology. Hunter-gatherers could not accumulate large food surpluses because they had to carry everything they owned as they moved from place to place. The heaviest and most cumbersome possessions had to be abandoned whenever the group moved to a new location. Farmers, however, could build permanent storage facilities that protected grain from moisture, insects and rodents, while keeping it fresh for months or even years. The earliest granaries discovered by archaeologists were simple underground pits lined with stone and covered with tight-fitting lids, but they represented a technological advance that made surplus accumulation possible for the first time in human history. One of the most remarkable early farming settlements was Çatalhöyük in modern-day Turkey, which thrived between 7,500 and 5,700 BCE. This extraordinary site housed approximately 8,000 people, making it one of the largest settlements in the ancient world. What made Çatalhöyük truly revolutionary was not just its size, but the evidence it provides of specialized economic activity and long-distance trade networks that were far more sophisticated than anything seen in hunter-gatherer societies. The houses at Çatalhöyük were built wall-to-wall, with no streets between them. People entered their homes through holes in the roof, climbing down wooden ladders into single-room living spaces. Each house contained multiple storage areas for grain and other food supplies, reflecting the surplus-based economy that made the settlement possible. The walls were decorated with elaborate paintings and relief sculptures, often featuring wild animals and hunting scenes that suggest the inhabitants maintained strong cultural connections to their hunter-gatherer past, even as they embraced agricultural life. Archaeological excavations at Çatalhöyük have revealed evidence of remarkable specialization. Some inhabitants were skilled obsidian workers who crafted mirrors, knives and ceremonial objects from volcanic glass that had to be transported from distant sources. Others specialized in pottery, creating vessels decorated with intricate patterns that required considerable artistic skill. Still others focused on textile production, weaving elaborate fabrics from wool and plant fibers. This level of specialization was only possible because the agricultural surplus meant that not everyone had to spend all their time producing food. The trading networks connected to Çatalhöyük were truly impressive. Excavations have uncovered materials from over 1,000 miles away, including seashells from the Mediterranean, minerals from distant mountain ranges, and precious stones from far-off desert regions. The obsidian mirrors produced at Catalhoyuk have been found at archaeological sites across the Middle East, suggesting that the settlement's craftsmen were producing goods for export to distant markets. This level of commercial activity required sophisticated systems for measuring, valuing and exchanging different types of goods. Most importantly, Catalhoyuk provides the first clear evidence of standardized weights and measures. Archaeologists have discovered sets of carefully crafted stone weights that were obviously used for measuring quantities of grain, obsidian and other trade goods. These weights follow consistent proportional relationships, indicating that the inhabitants had developed mathematical concepts and standardized units that could be used in commercial transactions. This represents a crucial step toward the development of formal currency systems because standardized measures made it possible to establish consistent exchange rates between different types of goods. The social implications of agricultural surplus extended far beyond simple economics. In hunter-gatherer societies, social status was typically based on personal qualities like hunting skill, leadership ability, or spiritual knowledge. Agricultural societies, however, began to develop social hierarchies based on control of land and stored wealth. The families who controlled the best agricultural land or who had accumulated the largest food surpluses began to wield disproportionate influence within their communities. This was the beginning of what we might recognize as economic class differences, where some people became wealthy while others remained relatively poor. The development of surplus-based economies also changed the nature of warfare and political organization. Hunter-gatherer groups typically engaged in small-scale raids or conflicts over specific hunting grounds, but these disputes rarely involved large numbers of people or lasted for extended periods. Agricultural communities, however, had fixed assets worth defending, including their fields, storage facilities, and accumulated wealth. This made them attractive targets for raiders and also gave them strong incentives to develop organized military forces and political institutions capable of coordinating defense efforts. Regional variations in agricultural development created different patterns of trade and exchange. In Mesopotamia, the fertile river valleys produced abundant surpluses of barley and wheat, which became the primary trade goods for the region. Mesopotamian farmers developed sophisticated irrigation systems that allowed them to cultivate large areas of otherwise arid land, creating agricultural surpluses large enough to support the world's first cities. These grain surpluses were traded throughout the region and eventually became a form of currency, with standardized measures of barley being used to value other goods and services. Chinese agricultural development followed a different pattern, focusing on rice cultivation in the river valleys and millet production in the drier northern regions. Rice agriculture was particularly labour-intensive, but also extremely productive, capable of supporting much higher population densities than wheat or barley farming. Chinese farmers also began cultivating silkworms and producing silk textiles, which became highly valued trade goods throughout Asia. The Chinese were among the first to develop advanced ceramic techniques, producing pottery that was both functional and artistic. Chinese jade carving also emerged during this period, creating luxury goods that were traded across vast distances. In Mesoamerica, agricultural development centered around the cultivation of corn, beans, and squash, a combination that provided complete nutrition and could be grown together in the same fields. Mesoamerican farmers also developed cacao cultivation, producing the beans that would later become the basis for chocolate. Cacao beans were so valued that they actually functioned as a form of currency in later Mesoamerican civilizations. The region also became a major source of obsidian, the volcanic glass that was prized throughout the ancient world for making sharp tools and weapons. The Indus Valley civilization, which flourished in what is now Pakistan and northwestern India, developed its own unique agricultural system based on wheat and barley cultivation, combined with extensive cotton production. The Indus Valley peoples were among the world's first cotton growers and textile producers, creating fabrics that were traded throughout the ancient world. They also developed advanced bronze-working techniques, producing tools and weapons that were superior to anything made from stone or copper alone. These regional differences in agricultural production created natural incentives for long-distance trade. Communities that specialized in grain production needed access to materials for making tools and weapons. Regions that were rich in metal ores needed agricultural products to feed their populations. Areas that produced luxury goods like silk or cacao needed basic necessities that they could not produce locally. This complementarity between different regions drove the expansion of trade networks and encouraged the development of increasingly sophisticated exchange systems. The psychological and cultural impact of agricultural surplus cannot be overstated. For the first time in human history, people could plan for the future with reasonable confidence. A successful harvest could provide food security for an entire year, allowing people to undertake long-term projects like building permanent houses, clearing new fields, or learning specialized crafts. This planning horizon encouraged innovation and experimentation in ways that would have been impossible for nomadic hunter-gatherers who had to focus on immediate survival needs. Agricultural surplus also changed human relationships with time and seasons. Hunter-gatherers lived in harmony with natural cycles but had little ability to control or predict them. Farmers, however, had to develop detailed knowledge of seasonal patterns, learning when to plant, when to harvest, and when to prepare for winter storage. This required mathematical thinking and record-keeping skills that eventually led to the development of calendars and writing systems. The development of permanent settlements created new forms of social organization and cooperation. Farming communities had to coordinate planting and harvesting activities, maintain irrigation systems, and organize collective defense against raiders. These activities required leadership structures and decision-making processes that were more complex than anything needed by small nomadic bands. The resulting political institutions became the foundation for later developments in government and law. Religious and spiritual practices also evolved in response to agricultural life. Farmer communities developed elaborate rituals and ceremonies related to planting, growing and harvesting crops. They built permanent temples and religious structures that would have been impossible for nomadic peoples. They also developed new concepts of property and inheritance. As land and stored wealth became valuable assets that could be passed down from parents to children. The environmental impact of early agriculture was profound and lasting. Farming required clearing forests, draining wetlands, and diverting rivers to create fields and irrigation systems. These activities began the process of landscape modification that would eventually transform entire continents. Early farmers also began the domestication of animals, selectively breeding wild species to create horses, cattle, pigs and chickens that were better suited to human needs than their wild ancestors. Perhaps most importantly, agricultural surplus made possible the emergence of full-time specialists who could devote their entire lives to activities other than food production. The first potters, metalworkers, weavers, priests and rulers were all supported by agricultural surpluses that freed them from the need to hunt or farm for their own subsistence. These specialists became the driving force behind technological innovation and cultural development, creating the tools, techniques and ideas that would eventually lead to the rise of cities, writing systems and complex civilizations. The transformation from hunter-gatherer to agricultural societies represents one of the most important turning points in human history, comparable in significance to the development of language or the invention of writing. By learning to produce and store food surpluses, early farmers created the economic foundation that made all subsequent human achievements possible. The cities, empires and civilizations that would emerge in later centuries were all built on the simple but revolutionary discovery that humans could grow more food than they immediately needed and save the surplus for future use. This agricultural revolution set the stage for the next great leap in human economic development, the emergence of formal money and currency systems that would make large-scale trade and commerce possible. The ancient world around 3,000 years before the Common Era witnessed one of humanity's most revolutionary changes in how people thought about value and exchange. This transformation did not happen overnight, but gradually emerged as civilizations grew more complex and their needs became more sophisticated. The shift from simple bartering of goods to using specific objects as representatives of value marked the beginning of what we now call commodity money, a system that would dominate human commerce for over 2,000 years and lay the foundation for every monetary system that followed. To understand this remarkable period, we must first picture the world as it existed 5,000 years ago. The great agricultural revolution had already taken hold across much of the inhabited world, creating permanent settlements where people could specialize in different crafts and trades. In the fertile valleys between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, in the shadow of Egypt's pyramids along China's Yellow River, and in countless other locations, human societies had grown beyond small family groups into complex communities of thousands of people. These communities faced a problem that their nomadic ancestors never encountered: how to fairly exchange goods and services among many different people with many different needs and skills. The earliest solution to this challenge was the direct barter system that had served humanity for tens of thousands of years. A potter might trade his clay vessels directly for grain from a farmer, who in turn might exchange some of that grain for tools from a metalworker. This system worked well when communities were small and everyone knew everyone else, but as settlements grew larger and trade networks expanded, the limitations of direct barter became increasingly apparent. The fundamental problem was what economists today call the double coincidence of wants. For a successful trade to occur, each person had to have exactly what the other person wanted, and both had to want to make the exchange at exactly the same time. Consider the daily challenges this created for an ancient craftsman. A skilled weaver might have produced a beautiful textile that took weeks to complete, but finding someone who both wanted that specific textile and had exactly the right goods to offer in return could take days or even weeks of searching. Meanwhile, the weaver still needed to eat, so he might be forced to accept less desirable trades just to obtain immediate necessities. This inefficiency limited how much specialization was possible and restricted the growth of trade networks. The solution that emerged independently in different parts of the world was elegant in its simplicity. Instead of trading goods directly for other goods, people began to use certain valuable objects as intermediate steps in their exchanges. These objects had to possess specific qualities that made them suitable for this role. They needed to be durable enough to last without spoiling, portable enough to carry easily, divisible into smaller units for different-sized transactions, and universally desired by everyone in the community. Most importantly, they needed to have relatively stable and predictable value that everyone could agree upon. The first objects to serve this role were often the very commodities that formed the backbone of these early agricultural societies. In ancient Mesopotamia, barley grain became one of the first standardized units of value. Barley was perfect for this purpose because everyone needed it for food. It could be stored for long periods without spoiling if kept dry, and it could be measured out in precise quantities. A cuneiform tablet from ancient Babylon records that a shepherd could trade a sheep for a specific amount of barley, then use portions of that barley to buy tools, clothing or other necessities from different craftsmen over time. The barley served as a store of value that maintained its worth between transactions. The standardization of barley measurements represented a crucial innovation in human commerce. Ancient Mesopotamian merchants developed precise units for measuring grain, with names like the gur, the kur, and the siar, each representing specific volumes that were carefully maintained using standardized measuring vessels. These measurements were so important that they were often supervised by temple officials or government administrators to ensure fairness and prevent cheating. Archaeological excavations have uncovered standardized measuring bowls from sites across Mesopotamia, demonstrating how seriously these early civilizations took the accuracy of their measurement systems. Around the same time that Mesopotamians were developing their grain-based system, other civilizations were discovering their own solutions to the commodity money challenge. In ancient Egypt, the annual flooding of the Nile River created a civilization based on agricultural abundance, but the Egyptians faced a different set of challenges than their Mesopotamian neighbors. The Nile's predictable floods meant that grain was usually plentiful, but Egypt lacked many other essential resources, particularly metals and wood. This scarcity led the Egyptians to develop a more complex commodity money system that included both grain measures and metal objects. Egyptian tomb paintings and papyrus records from this period show merchants and officials carefully weighing metal rings and bars on sophisticated balance scales. These metals, primarily copper and silver, served as stores of value that were more portable and durable than grain. A wealthy Egyptian merchant might keep his wealth in the form of silver rings that could be melted down and reformed as needed, or traded by weight for goods and services. The Egyptians developed an intricate system of weights and measures for these metals, with standard units that remained consistent across their empire for over 1,000 years. The emergence of metals as commodity money represented a significant advancement in the sophistication of ancient economic systems. Unlike grain or other agricultural products, metals did not spoil or deteriorate significantly over time. They could be shaped into convenient forms for storage and transport, and their relative rarity made them valuable enough that small amounts could represent significant purchasing power. Perhaps most importantly, metals could be tested for purity and quality, which reduced the uncertainty and disputes that often arose in bartering systems. Copper was among the first metals to be used systematically as commodity money. In the ancient Near East, copper tools and weapons were highly prized, and the metal itself became valuable enough to serve as a medium of exchange. Archaeological evidence from sites in Turkey and Syria shows that copper was being traded by weight as early as 3000 BCE, with merchants using standardized weights to ensure fair exchanges. The metal was often formed into convenient shapes like rings, bars, or ingots that could be easily handled and stored. Silver followed copper into monetary use, but its greater rarity and higher value made it suitable for larger transactions. Ancient texts from Mesopotamia record major business deals conducted in weights of silver, including the purchase of fields, houses, and even entire orchards. The Code of Hammurabi, one of the world's earliest legal documents dating to around 1750 BCE, specifies penalties and compensations in terms of silver weights, demonstrating how thoroughly this metal had become integrated into the economic system of ancient Babylon. Gold, being the rarest and most prized of these metals, typically served as a store of value for the wealthiest merchants and rulers. Egyptian pharaohs accumulated vast treasures of gold objects, and the metal was used for the most significant transactions, such as tribute payments between kingdoms or the purchase of large quantities of luxury goods. The famous golden burial mask of Tutankhamun, created around 1323 BCE, represents not just artistic achievement, but also an enormous concentration of monetary value in metal form. The development of standardized weights for these metals created some of the world's first universal measures of value. The shekel, which began as a specific weight of barley in ancient Mesopotamia, evolved to become a standard weight for silver and other precious metals. This transition from agricultural to metallic standards represented a fundamental shift in how humans conceptualized value itself. Instead of being tied directly to immediate human needs like food and shelter, value became abstract, represented by objects that derived their worth from rarity, durability, and social agreement rather than direct utility. Meanwhile, in other parts of the world, entirely different materials were serving similar monetary functions. In ancient China, a civilization that developed largely independently from the Middle Eastern cultures, cowrie shells became one of the most important forms of commodity money. These small, durable shells were harvested from tropical oceans and transported thousands of miles inland along China's great rivers. Their natural beauty, portability, and the difficulty of obtaining them made cowrie shells perfect for serving as a medium of exchange in ancient Chinese markets. The Chinese use of cowrie shells demonstrates an important principle of commodity money. The objects chosen did not necessarily have to be useful in themselves, but they did need to be difficult to counterfeit and universally recognized as valuable. Cowrie shells were nearly impossible to fake convincingly, and their consistent size and shape made them easy to count and use in transactions. Chinese historical records from the Shang dynasty, dating to around 1600 BCE, describe complex transactions involving thousands of cowrie shells, indicating that this shell-based monetary system was sophisticated enough to handle major commercial activities. As Chinese civilization advanced, bronze objects began to supplement and eventually replace cowrie shells in many transactions. Chinese metalworkers became extraordinarily skilled at casting bronze tools, weapons, and decorative objects, and these bronze items began to serve monetary functions. Archaeological discoveries have revealed bronze axes, knives, and spades that were clearly created not for practical use, but specifically for use as commodity money. These objects were often smaller and lighter than their functional counterparts, and they sometimes bore inscriptions indicating their value in relation to other goods. The transition from shells to bronze in ancient China illustrates how commodity money systems evolved to meet changing social and economic needs. As Chinese society became more militaristic and technologically advanced, objects related to warfare and metalworking gained greater prestige and value. Bronze weapons and tools represented not just monetary value, but also technological sophistication and military power, making them particularly suitable for a civilization that was expanding its territory through conquest and colonization. In Africa, vast distances and diverse climates led to the development of several different commodity money systems, each adapted to local resources and needs. In the Sahara Desert and the regions immediately south of it, salt became one of the most important forms of commodity money. Salt was essential for human health, particularly in hot climates where people lost large amounts of salt through sweating. But it was available only in specific locations where it could be mined or extracted from salt lakes. The salt trade created some of Africa's first long-distance commercial networks. Merchants would travel for months across dangerous desert routes, carrying loads of salt from mining centres like Tagaza in the northern Sahara to trading cities like Timbuktu and Gao along the Niger River. In these southern markets, salt was literally worth its weight in gold, as it was traded for gold dust and nuggets mined from rivers in the forest regions further south. The salt bars used in this trade were standardized in size and weight, making them function as a true commodity currency across thousands of miles of African territory. Iron tools and weapons also served monetary functions in many parts of Africa, particularly in regions where metalworking skills were highly developed. Archaeological evidence from sites in modern-day Nigeria shows that iron bars and tools were being used as standardized units of exchange as early as 500 BCE. These iron objects combined practical utility with monetary function, as they could be used as tools or weapons when needed, but also served as stores of value and media of exchange in commercial transactions. The livestock-based monetary systems that developed in many African societies represent perhaps the most direct connection between commodity money and basic human needs. Cattle, goats and sheep served not only as sources of food, milk and materials, but also as measures of wealth and units of exchange. A young man might accumulate cattle over several years in order to pay the bride price required for marriage, while a family might trade cattle for land rights or to settle disputes with neighbours. The English word pecuniary, meaning relating to money, derives from the Latin word pecus, meaning livestock, reflecting how fundamental cattle-based wealth was to ancient European societies as well. This linguistic connection reveals that the association between animals and monetary value was not unique to Africa, but represented a common stage in the development of human economic systems across many different cultures. Across the Atlantic Ocean in the Americas, entirely different materials were evolving into commodity money systems. In Mesoamerica, cacao beans became one of the most important forms of currency. These beans, which are the raw material for chocolate, were highly prized, not only for their pleasant taste, but also for their association with religious ceremonies and elite social status. Cacao trees grew only in specific tropical regions, making the beans rare enough to serve as valuable trade goods across much of what is now Mexico and Central America. The Maya civilization developed an intricate system of cacao bean currency that persisted for over 1,000 years. Maya merchants used cacao beans for everything from small daily purchases in local markets to major transactions involving land, slaves and luxury goods. Spanish colonial records from the 16th century reveal that this cacao bean currency was so well established that it continued to be used alongside Spanish silver coins for decades after the conquest. The consistency of cacao bean sizes and the difficulty of counterfeiting them made them ideal for serving as standardized units of value. Jade objects also served important monetary functions in Mesoamerican societies, particularly for high-value transactions and as stores of wealth for the elite classes. Jade was considered more precious than gold by many Mesoamerican cultures, and skilled craftsmen created elaborate jade ornaments, tools, and ceremonial objects that functioned as both artistic masterpieces and concentrated stores of value. The green stone was associated with water, fertility, and life itself in Mesoamerican religious beliefs, giving jade objects spiritual significance that enhanced their monetary value. The most remarkable example of sophisticated commodity money systems from this ancient period comes from an unlikely source: a collection of clay tablets discovered in the ruins of an ancient trading post in what is now central Turkey. The site, known to archaeologists as Kanesh, was established around 1900 BCE by Assyrian merchants who travelled hundreds of miles from their homeland in northern Mesopotamia to trade with local Anatolian peoples. What makes this site extraordinary is not just its age, but the incredible detail of the business records that survived there. When archaeologists began excavating Kanesh in the early 20th century, they uncovered an archive of over 23,000 clay tablets containing business correspondence, contracts, and financial records. These tablets provide an unprecedented window into the workings of an ancient commodity money system. The merchants who created these records were dealing primarily in silver and gold by weight, but their business practices were remarkably sophisticated. The Kanesh tablets reveal that these ancient merchants had developed complex credit systems that allowed them to conduct business across vast distances without physically transporting heavy metals for every transaction. A merchant in Kanesh might write to his business partner in Assur, promising to deliver a certain weight of silver in exchange for textiles that would be sent immediately. These promises were recorded on clay tablets that functioned much like modern promissory notes or cheques. Even more remarkably, the Kanesh merchants had established standardized weights and measures that remained consistent across their entire trade network. The tablets contain detailed records of transactions involving specific weights of silver and gold, with the measurements so precise that modern archaeologists can determine that the ancient merchants were using weight standards accurate to within a few grams. This level of precision required sophisticated tools and careful regulation, indicating that these commodity money systems were far more advanced than many people realize. The Kanesh archive also reveals the existence of what can only be described as ancient banking houses. Wealthy merchant families would lend silver and gold to other traders, charging interest and requiring collateral for their loans. They maintained detailed records of these transactions, tracking not only the principal amounts, but also interest payments, due dates, and penalties for late payment. Some tablets contain what appear to be balance sheets, listing assets and liabilities in ways that would be recognizable to modern accountants. Perhaps most significantly, the Kanesh tablets show that these ancient merchants had developed techniques for managing risk and uncertainty that are fundamental to all modern financial systems. They diversified their investments across multiple trade routes and commodities, formed partnerships to share both profits and losses, and even purchased what appear to be early forms of insurance to protect against losses from theft or natural disasters during long-distance travel. The sophistication of the Kanesh system demonstrates that by 1900 BCE, Commodity money had evolved far beyond simple bartering with standardized objects. These ancient merchants had created a complex financial ecosystem that included banking, credit, insurance, and international trade, all based on carefully regulated systems of metal weights and measures. Their success depended not just on the inherent value of silver and gold, but on elaborate social and legal structures that enforced contracts, standardized measurements, and maintained trust between trading partners who might never meet face to face. The innovations developed at sites like Kanesh spread throughout the ancient world, carried by merchants and diplomats who traveled the growing networks of trade routes that connected different civilizations. By 1000 BCE, similar systems of commodity money were operating from China to Egypt, from Scandinavia to sub-Saharan Africa. Each region adapted the basic principles to local conditions and resources, but the fundamental concept had become universal. Certain objects could serve as stores of value and media of exchange, making complex commercial relationships possible across vast distances and cultural differences. The success of these commodity money systems created the foundation for the next great innovation in human economic history: the development of coined money. The standardized weights and measures that had been developed for commodity currencies, the social institutions that supported long-distance trade, and the accumulated experience of managing complex financial relationships all contributed to making possible the monetary revolution that would begin in the Kingdom of Lydia around 650 BCE. But that transformation built directly upon the achievements of the commodity money era, when humans first learned to make objects represent value and to trust in shared standards of measurement and exchange. The legacy of this ancient period extends far beyond its historical importance. Many of the fundamental principles of modern monetary systems can be traced back to innovations first developed during the commodity money era. The concept of standardized units of value, the importance of maintaining accurate weights and measures, the development of credit and banking systems, and the creation of legal frameworks to support commercial relationships all had their origins in the markets and trading posts of the ancient world, where farmers counted out barley, merchants weighed silver rings, and scribes carefully recorded transactions on clay tablets that would survive for thousands of years to tell us their remarkable story. The ancient world was about to witness one of the most revolutionary changes in human history. Though few people living in the 7th century before Christ could have imagined how a small innovation in the Kingdom of Lydia would transform civilization itself. For thousands of years, people had struggled with the same fundamental problem that plagued every marketplace, from the bustling ports of Phoenicia to the grain markets of Mesopotamia. When a merchant wanted to buy goods, both buyer and seller had to agree not just on what was being traded, but also on whether the payment itself was genuine and valuable. A farmer bringing silver to market might spend half his day having metal workers test the purity of his metal, while suspicious buyers would insist on weighing every piece multiple times. This slow, cumbersome process made trade expensive and risky, limiting how far goods could travel and how complex economies could become. The breakthrough came in an unlikely place, nestled in the mountains of what we now call Western Turkey. Lydia was a small but wealthy kingdom that controlled several important trade routes between the great civilizations of the East and the emerging Greek cities along the Mediterranean coast. The Lydians had grown rich by serving as middlemen, but they faced the same trust problems that plagued merchants everywhere. However, the Lydians possessed something special that would prove to be the key to their monetary revolution. The rivers flowing down from their mountains carried a natural mixture of gold and silver called electrum, which the ancient Greeks named after their word for amber because of its pale, glowing colour. This electrum had been used for jewellery and decoration for centuries, but the Lydian kings realised it could serve a much more important purpose. Around 650 BCE, King Gyges of Lydia made a decision that would echo through history. Instead of allowing merchants to continue the tedious process of weighing and testing metal for every transaction, he ordered his craftsmen to create small, standardized lumps of electrum, each weighing exactly the same amount and containing the same proportion of gold and silver. More importantly, he commanded that each piece be stamped with the royal seal, a fierce lion's head that served as the king's personal guarantee of the coin's weight and purity. This simple act created the world's first official coins, and with them the concept that would revolutionize human commerce forever. The genius of the Lydian innovation lay not just in standardization, but in the power of royal authority to create trust. When a coin bore the king's stamp, it meant that the full power and reputation of the Lydian state stood behind its value. A merchant no longer needed to spend precious time testing metal or haggling over weights, because the king himself had already certified that each coin contained exactly what it claimed to contain. This royal guarantee was so powerful that people began accepting Lydian coins even in distant markets where they had never seen the Lydian king or visited his kingdom. The stamp itself became a form of portable trust that could travel thousands of miles from its source. The impact on trade was immediate and dramatic. Transactions that once took hours could now be completed in minutes. A buyer could count out the required number of coins, hand them over, and walk away with confidence that the seller would accept them without question. This speed and convenience meant that markets could handle many more transactions each day, and merchants could carry their wealth more easily across long distances. A handful of coins was much more practical than carrying equivalent amounts of grain, livestock or raw metal, making long-distance trade far more feasible for ordinary merchants rather than just wealthy trading houses with large caravans. The electrum used in these first coins came directly from the Pactolus River, which flowed through the Lydian capital of Sardis. According to ancient legends, this was the same river where the mythical King Midas was said to have washed away his golden touch, and the natural electrum deposits there were so rich that the river sands literally glittered with precious metal. The Lydians developed sophisticated techniques for collecting this electrum and refining it to consistent standards. They learned to heat the metal and remove impurities, ensuring that each coin contained roughly the same proportion of gold and silver. While the exact ratio varied slightly, the royal guarantee meant that users could trust the value without needing to perform their own tests. The design of these early coins was deliberately simple but powerful. The lion's head that appeared on most Lydian coins was not just decorative but served as a complex security feature. The deep stamp pressed into the soft electrum was difficult to forge, and the specific artistic style was well known to merchants who regularly handled Lydian coins. Some coins also featured additional symbols or marks that indicated their exact weight or the specific mint where they were produced. Over time, the designs became more elaborate, with some coins showing the lion grasping a bull, symbolizing Lydian power over their neighbours, or featuring other royal symbols that reinforced the connection between the coin and the king's authority. Word of the Lydian innovation spread quickly along the trade routes that connected the ancient world. Greek merchants who had been trading with Lydia for generations immediately recognized the advantages of the new system and began pressuring their own city-states to adopt similar practices. The Greeks were natural innovators and fierce competitors, so it was almost inevitable that they would not only copy the Lydian idea, but try to improve upon it. By 600 BCE, just 50 years after the first Lydian coins appeared, dozens of Greek cities were minting their own coins, each trying to create designs that would make their currency more attractive and trustworthy than their neighbours. The Greek approach to coinage reflected their fragmented political system and competitive culture. Unlike Lydia, which was a unified kingdom under a single ruler, Greece consisted of hundreds of independent city-states, each jealously guarding its autonomy and eager to demonstrate its wealth and power. Every major Greek city wanted its own distinctive coins that would advertise its prosperity and cultural achievements to the wider world. Athens chose the wise owl and the head of their patron goddess, Athena, while Corinth featured the winged horse Pegasus, and Aegina displayed a sea turtle to represent their maritime power. These designs were not random choices, but carefully selected symbols that communicated each city's identity, values and economic strengths to anyone who handled their coins. The Greek refinement of coinage technology was remarkable in its sophistication and artistry. Greek coin makers, known as die engravers, became highly skilled artists who could create intricate designs on pieces of metal smaller than a modern quarter. They developed techniques for creating deeply detailed images that were both beautiful and difficult to counterfeit. The process of making coins became a complex craft that required knowledge of metallurgy, artistry, and engineering. The engraver would first create a die by carving the desired image into a piece of hard metal, then place a blank piece of silver or gold between two dies and strike it with a heavy hammer, pressing the design into both sides of the coin simultaneously. Greek coins also introduced the concept of using precious metals other than electrum. While the Lydians had been limited to the natural electrum found in their rivers, the Greeks had access to rich silver mines, particularly the famous deposits at Laurium near Athens. Silver was more abundant than gold and could be refined to very high levels of purity, making it ideal for creating coins with consistent value. The Greeks also experimented with bronze and other metals for smaller denomination coins, creating the first comprehensive monetary systems that included coins of different values for different types of transactions. The influence of Greek coinage extended far beyond the Greek world itself. As Greek merchants, soldiers and colonists spread throughout the Mediterranean and beyond, they carried their coins with them, introducing the concept to peoples who had never seen such objects before. Greek colonies from Spain to the Black Sea began minting their own coins based on Greek models, often adapting the designs to reflect local traditions while maintaining the basic principles of standardized weight and royal or civic guarantee that made the system work. Meanwhile, the Persian Empire, which had conquered Lydia in 546 BCE, recognized the value of the coinage system and began adapting it for their own vast territories. The Persians faced a challenge that neither the Lydians nor the Greeks had confronted: how to create a monetary system that would work across an empire stretching from India to Egypt, encompassing dozens of different peoples with their own languages, customs, and economic traditions. The Persian solution was to create a standardized imperial coinage while allowing local rulers to continue minting their own coins for regional use. The most famous Persian coin was the gold daric, named after King Darius I, which featured the king in a running pose, holding a spear and bow. This design was instantly recognizable throughout the Persian Empire and served as a powerful symbol of imperial authority. The daric became one of the first truly international currencies, accepted from the markets of Babylon to the trading posts of Central Asia. Persian coins were made to very high standards of purity and weight, and the imperial government went to great lengths to prevent counterfeiting, including severe punishments for anyone caught producing fake coins. The Persian approach to monetary policy was remarkably sophisticated for its time. They understood that maintaining the value and trustworthiness of their coins was essential for holding their vast empire together. Persian administrators carefully monitored the money supply, ensuring that enough coins were available to facilitate trade without flooding the market and causing inflation. They also established official exchange rates between different types of coins and regularly inspected local mints to ensure they were meeting imperial standards. Far to the east, an entirely independent development was taking place in China, where ancient metallurgists and administrators were arriving at similar solutions to the problems of trade and exchange. Around 500 BCE, during the late spring and autumn period, Chinese states began producing their own forms of standardized metal currency. However, the Chinese approach was distinctly different from the Western tradition established in Lydia. Instead of small, round pieces stamped with images, early Chinese coins often took the form of miniature tools, such as tiny knives or spades, reflecting the practical origins of Chinese metallurgy and agriculture. The Chinese innovation that would prove most enduring was the development of round coins with square holes in the center. This design, which appeared during the Warring States period, was both practical and symbolic. The round shape represented heaven in Chinese cosmology, while the square hole represented earth, making each coin a miniature symbol of the harmony between celestial and terrestrial forces. More practically, the square hole made it easy to string coins together on cords for counting and transport, a system that would remain in use in China for over 2,000 years. Chinese coin production was closely tied to the development of iron and bronze working technology, in which Chinese craftsmen were the world leaders. They developed sophisticated techniques for casting coins in molds rather than striking them with hammers, allowing for mass production on a scale that Western coin makers would not achieve for many centuries. Chinese mints could produce thousands of identical coins in a single day, making it possible to supply the needs of the world's largest population and most extensive trade networks. The Chinese understanding of monetary theory was also remarkably advanced. Chinese philosophers and administrators recognized that coins derived their value not just from the metal they contained, but from the authority that backed them and the widespread acceptance they enjoyed. This insight would eventually lead to Chinese experiments with paper money and other forms of currency that were centuries ahead of similar developments in other parts of the world. In the Indian subcontinent, yet another independent tradition of coinage was emerging around the same time. The earliest Indian coins, known as punch-marked coins, appeared in the Gandhara region, modern Pakistan and Afghanistan, around 500 BCE. These coins were distinctive in their production method. Instead of being struck with a single die, they were marked with multiple small punches, each leaving its own symbol or mark on the surface of the coin. The result was a complex pattern of symbols that served both decorative and security functions. Indian punch-marked coins reflected the subcontinent's position at the crossroads of major trade routes connecting the Mediterranean world, Central Asia, and the Far East. Indian merchants needed a currency that would be acceptable to traders from many different cultures and kingdoms, so Indian coins often featured symbols that were universally recognized, such as the sun, moon, or various animals. The multi-symbol approach also made counterfeiting extremely difficult, since forgers would need to reproduce not just one design, but an entire complex pattern. The spread of coinage throughout the ancient world was not just a technological development, but a fundamental transformation in how human societies organized their economic relationships. Before coins, trade had been limited by the practical difficulties of establishing trust and measuring value across cultural and linguistic boundaries. The development of standardized, government-backed currency made it possible for the first time in human history to have truly international commerce on a large scale. The most spectacular example of this transformation can be seen in the rise of Athens as the dominant economic power of the classical Greek world. The Athenian owl coins, first minted around 515 BCE, became the closest thing the ancient world had to an international reserve currency. The distinctive design, featuring the head of Athena on one side and her sacred owl on the other, became instantly recognizable throughout the Mediterranean and beyond. The coins were made from silver, extracted from the rich mines at Laurium, just south of Athens, which produced roughly 1,000 talents of silver annually at their peak. The wealth generated by the Laurium mines and the international acceptance of Athenian coins provided the economic foundation for Athens's golden age. The city-state was able to build the Parthenon, maintain the world's most powerful navy, support the philosophers and artists who created classical Greek culture, and establish the democratic institutions that would influence political development for millennia to come. All of this was made possible by the simple innovation of standardized, trustworthy coins that allowed Athens to tap into the economic energy of the entire ancient world. The reach of Athenian coins was truly remarkable for the ancient world. Archaeological excavations have uncovered Athenian owl coins in sites stretching from Spain and Morocco in the west to Afghanistan and India in the east. This distribution pattern reveals the extent of ancient trade networks and demonstrates how a well-designed currency could transcend political and cultural boundaries. A coin minted in Athens might change hands dozens of times as it travelled along trade routes, facilitating transactions between people who shared no common language or cultural background, but could all recognize and trust the Athenian guarantee of value. The success of Athenian coins also illustrates an important principle that would remain relevant throughout monetary history: the network effect of currency adoption. The more widely a particular currency was accepted, the more valuable it became to individual users, creating a self-reinforcing cycle that tended to concentrate monetary power in the hands of the most successful currency issuers. This gave Athens significant advantages in international trade and diplomacy, since other cities and kingdoms needed Athenian coins to participate fully in Mediterranean commerce. The military implications of monetary innovation were equally significant. Coins made it much easier for governments to maintain professional armies, since soldiers could be paid in standardized currency that they could use to purchase supplies wherever their campaigns took them. Before coins, armies had to carry their food and equipment with them or rely on local requisitioning, which limited how far they could travel and how long they could remain in the field. With coins, a general could send his paymaster to any major market to purchase supplies, giving his forces much greater flexibility and endurance. The Persian Empire demonstrated this military application of coinage on a massive scale. Persian armies could march from India to Greece carrying their pay in the form of standardized coins that were accepted throughout the empire and beyond. This monetary flexibility was one of the key factors that allowed the Persians to maintain control over territories spanning 3 continents for more than 2 centuries. The famous Persian messenger system, which could carry messages from the imperial capital to the farthest provinces in a matter of weeks, was supported by a network of way stations where messengers could use imperial coins to purchase fresh horses and supplies. The social and cultural impact of coinage was perhaps even more profound than its economic and military effects. For the first time in human history, ordinary people could accumulate and store wealth in a form that was both portable and universally recognized. A craftsman in Athens could save his earnings in the form of silver coins, confident that those coins would retain their value and be accepted by merchants throughout the known world. This ability to save and accumulate wealth in standardized form was crucial for the development of more complex social structures and the emergence of a true middle class in ancient societies. Coinage also facilitated the development of more sophisticated concepts of value and economic relationships. When wealth could be measured in precise, standardized units, it became possible to develop mathematical approaches to economic problems. Ancient accountants could calculate profits and losses with unprecedented precision, while governments could budget their revenues and expenditures using exact figures rather than rough estimates. This quantification of economic relationships laid the groundwork for the development of economic theory and the systematic study of how societies organize their material resources. The artistic and cultural significance of ancient coins should not be overlooked. Coins were among the few art forms that were seen by virtually everyone in ancient society, from wealthy merchants to humble farmers. The images and symbols chosen for coins became powerful tools for communicating political messages, religious beliefs and cultural values across vast distances and diverse populations. The owl of Athens, the lion of Lydia, and the running archer of Persia became some of the most widely recognized images in the ancient world, serving as ambassadors for their respective civilizations long after their political power had faded. The technical achievement represented by ancient coinage was also remarkable. The precision and consistency achieved by ancient mints, working with hand tools and simple machinery, rivaled the standards of much later periods. Modern analysis of ancient coins reveals that Greek and Persian mints were able to maintain weight standards accurate to within a few percentage points across thousands of individual coins, a level of quality control that required sophisticated organization and skilled craftsmanship. The legacy of the coinage revolution that began in 7th century Lydia extends far beyond the ancient world. The basic principles established by King Gyges and refined by subsequent civilizations, standardized weight and purity, government guarantee, distinctive and secure designs, and widespread acceptance, remain fundamental to monetary systems today. Modern currencies still rely on government backing, standardized denominations, and security features designed to prevent counterfeiting, all concepts that can be traced directly back to those first electrum coins stamped with the Lydian lion. The period from 1000 to 500 BCE thus represents one of the great turning points in human history, when the development of coinage transformed isolated local economies into an interconnected global system. The innovations pioneered in the mountains of Lydia spread throughout the civilized world within just a few centuries, creating the economic foundation for the great empires and cultural achievements of the classical period. Without the trust and efficiency that coins brought to economic relationships, the ancient world would have remained a collection of separate, limited societies, rather than the interconnected civilization that produced philosophy, democracy, monumental architecture, and the other achievements we still admire today. In the bustling heart of the Roman Forum during the year 100 CE, the air buzzed with the sounds of commerce that would have seemed impossible just a few centuries earlier. Merchants from the far reaches of Gaul counted out gleaming silver denarii to purchase precious silk that had travelled thousands of miles from the workshops of Han China, while nearby an Egyptian grain dealer examined the same Roman coins with practised fingers before nodding his acceptance. This remarkable scene represented something revolutionary in human history. For the first time, a single currency system had grown so powerful and trusted that it could facilitate trade across 3 entire continents, creating the foundation for what we might recognize today as the first truly international monetary system. The story of how money became power during this pivotal 1,000-year period begins with understanding just how extraordinary the Roman achievement really was. Before Rome's rise, each city, kingdom and region typically minted its own coins, creating a bewildering patchwork of different weights, purities and designs that made long-distance trade incredibly complicated. A merchant, travelling from Athens to Alexandria, might need to exchange his silver coins for local currency multiple times along the way, losing money at each exchange, and never being quite certain he was getting fair value. The Romans changed all of this through a combination of military conquest, political genius, and economic innovation that would shape how empires thought about money for centuries to come. The Roman monetary revolution did not happen overnight, but evolved gradually as the Republic expanded its territory and influence throughout the Mediterranean world. Initially, Roman coins were merely one among many regional currencies, but as Roman legions conquered new territories, something remarkable began to occur. Rather than simply imposing their currency through force, the Romans discovered that their coins were actually becoming popular with merchants and traders who were not even under Roman rule. This happened because Roman coins offered something that most other currencies of the time could not provide: consistency, reliability, and widespread acceptance. The denarius, which became the backbone of the Roman monetary system, was introduced around 211 BCE during the Second Punic War against Carthage. This silver coin, weighing approximately 4.5 grams and containing about 98% pure silver, quickly became the standard unit of account throughout the Roman world. What made the denarius so revolutionary was not just its silver content, but the fact that every single coin was produced to exactly the same specifications regardless of where it was minted. A denarius produced in the mint at Rome was identical in weight and purity to one created in the provincial mints of Gaul, Spain, or Asia Minor. This standardization meant that merchants could conduct business across vast distances without worrying about the quality or authenticity of the coins they received. The Roman approach to currency standardization represented a fundamental shift in how rulers thought about money and power. Previous empires had often allowed conquered territories to continue using their traditional currencies, but the Romans recognized that controlling the money supply was actually a more effective tool of imperial control than maintaining large garrison armies in every province. When people throughout the empire used Roman coins for their daily transactions, they were constantly reminded of Roman authority and power through the images of emperors, gods, and symbols of Roman might that decorated every coin. The currency became a form of imperial propaganda that reached into every marketplace, every shop, and every household throughout the empire. The process of debasement, or gradually reducing the silver content of coins while maintaining their face value, reveals how the Romans used monetary policy as a tool of imperial management. During the early empire, denarii contained nearly pure silver, but as the costs of maintaining the vast imperial bureaucracy and military grew, emperors began to secretly reduce the silver content while adding cheaper metals like copper or tin. This practice allowed the imperial treasury to mint more coins from the same amount of silver, effectively creating a hidden tax on everyone who used Roman currency. The debasement was done so gradually and skillfully that most people did not immediately notice the change, allowing the empire to fund its operations without the political risks associated with raising taxes directly. Emperor Nero, who ruled from 54 to 68 CE, reduced the silver content of the denarius from 98% to approximately 93%, a change that was barely noticeable to ordinary users but provided significant savings to the imperial treasury. Over the following centuries, this process continued under subsequent emperors, with the silver content dropping to about 83% under Trajan, 75% under Marcus Aurelius, and eventually to less than 50% by the time of Septimius Severus in the early 3rd century. This gradual debasement allowed the Roman Empire to maintain its extensive military commitments and public works projects for centuries longer than would have been possible with a purely silver-based currency. The genius of the Roman monetary system extended beyond simple standardization to encompass a sophisticated understanding of how different types of coins could serve different economic functions within the empire. The gold aureus served as the highest denomination coin, used primarily for large transactions, government payments, and international trade. The silver denarius functioned as the standard coin for everyday commerce, while bronze and copper coins handled smaller daily transactions. This hierarchical system meant that the Roman economy could accommodate everything from a soldier's daily pay to the purchase of a single loaf of bread, all within a unified monetary framework. Roman coins also served as a remarkable information system that connected the farthest corners of the empire to the center of power in Rome. When a new emperor came to power, his image and titles would appear on coins throughout the empire within months, informing even illiterate citizens in remote provinces about changes in leadership. Military victories, religious celebrations, and major public works projects were all commemorated on coins, creating a form of mass communication that reached every level of society. Archaeological evidence shows that people throughout the empire saved coins featuring particularly significant events or popular emperors, suggesting that these monetary messages were indeed reaching their intended audience. While Rome was creating its revolutionary monetary system in the West, equally sophisticated but quite different developments were occurring in other parts of the world. The Chinese Han Dynasty, which ruled from 206 BCE to 220 CE, developed their own approach to standardized currency. that in some ways was even more advanced than the Roman system. Chinese coins during this period featured a distinctive round shape with a square hole in the centre, a design that served multiple practical purposes while also carrying deep philosophical meaning within Chinese culture. The round coin with the square hole, known as a cash coin, could be easily strung together on cords for convenient transport and counting, making large transactions much more manageable than would have been possible with loose coins. The Chinese developed an elaborate system where different lengths of coin strings represented specific values, and experienced merchants could estimate the value of a string of coins simply by feeling its weight and length. The square hole also had symbolic significance in Chinese philosophy, representing the earth within the circular heaven, thus making each coin a miniature representation of the cosmic order. Chinese monetary standardization went far beyond the physical characteristics of the coins to include sophisticated systems of quality control and anti-counterfeiting measures. Han Dynasty mints employed teams of skilled craftsmen who created detailed master molds for coin production, and each regional mint was required to produce coins that matched these exact specifications. The Chinese also developed some of the world's earliest anti-counterfeiting techniques, including complex designs that were difficult to reproduce and special bronze alloys that had distinctive colours and properties that made forgeries relatively easy to detect. The Kushan Empire, which flourished from approximately 30 to 375 CE in the region that now encompasses parts of Afghanistan, Pakistan, northern India and Central Asia, played a crucial role in connecting the monetary systems of Rome, Persia, India and China. The Kushans controlled key segments of the Silk Road trade routes, and their currency system reflected this cosmopolitan position by incorporating elements from all the major civilizations with which they traded. Kushan coins featured inscriptions in Greek, Latin, Chinese and local languages, and their designs borrowed artistic elements from Roman, Persian, Indian and Chinese traditions. The Kushan monetary system demonstrates how currency could serve as a bridge between different cultures and economic systems. Kushan merchants were skilled at calculating exchange rates between Roman denarii, Chinese cash, Persian drachmas, and Indian gold coins, and they developed sophisticated credit instruments that allowed traders to conduct business across vast distances without physically transporting large quantities of coins. Archaeological evidence from Kushan sites shows hordes of coins from throughout the known world, suggesting that Kushan territory served as a kind of international financial centre where currencies from different civilizations could be exchanged and evaluated. The Gupta Empire in India, which reached its height between approximately 320 and 550 CE, created one of the most sophisticated gold-based monetary systems of the ancient world. Gupta gold coins, known as dinars, were renowned throughout the Indian Ocean trading network for their exceptional purity and beautiful artistic designs. These coins featured detailed portraits of Gupta rulers engaged in various activities, from playing musical instruments to hunting lions, surrounded by elaborate Sanskrit inscriptions that proclaimed their achievements and divine authority. The Gupta monetary system facilitated extensive trade networks that connected India with Southeast Asia, the Arabian Peninsula, and the eastern coast of Africa. Indian merchants used Gupta coins to purchase spices from Indonesia, silk from China, and precious stones from Sri Lanka, while foreign traders sought Indian gold coins because of their guaranteed purity and wide acceptance. The stability and reliability of Gupta currency helped make India one of the wealthiest regions in the world during this period, with contemporary accounts describing Indian cities as filled with gold and precious goods from throughout the known world. In the Americas, completely separate from the Old World monetary developments, the Maya civilization was creating their own sophisticated currency system based on cacao beans and jade. The Maya discovered that cacao beans had several ideal characteristics for use as money. They were relatively scarce, difficult to counterfeit, divisible into small units, durable enough for storage and transport, and had intrinsic value as a food product. Maya merchants developed elaborate counting systems for cacao beans, with specific quantities representing standard values for different types of goods and services. Maya jade currency represented the luxury end of their monetary system, similar to how gold functioned in Old World economies. Maya craftsmen created intricate jade ornaments, ceremonial objects, and standardized jade pieces that served as currency for large transactions and as stores of wealth for the elite. The Maya also developed sophisticated credit systems that allowed merchants to conduct long-distance trade without carrying large quantities of cacao beans or jade, using carved stone tokens and complex record-keeping systems to track debts and obligations across their extensive trading networks. The Silk Road, which operated as a network of trade routes connecting east and west from approximately 130 BCE to 1453 CE, created the world's first truly global economy and demonstrated how different monetary systems could work together to facilitate international commerce. The Silk Road was not actually a single road, but rather a complex network of overland and maritime routes that connected China with the Mediterranean world, passing through Central Asia, Persia, India, and the Arabian Peninsula. Along these routes, merchants from dozens of different cultures and political systems came together to exchange goods, ideas, and currencies in a remarkable display of early globalization. The monetary complexity of Silk Road trade required sophisticated solutions that prefigured many modern financial innovations. Merchants travelling the full length of the Silk Road might encounter dozens of different currencies, from Chinese cash coins to Roman denarii, to Persian drachmas, to Indian gold dinars. Rather than physically exchanging these currencies at every stop, clever merchants and bankers developed early forms of letters of credit, which allowed a merchant to deposit coins in one city and withdraw equivalent value in local currency at their destination. These credit instruments were among the earliest examples of international banking and helped make long-distance trade much more practical and profitable. Banking houses along the Silk Road developed into sophisticated financial institutions that provided services remarkably similar to modern international banks. These establishments maintained detailed records of exchange rates between different currencies, offered secure storage for merchants' valuables, provided loans for trading expeditions, and even offered early forms of insurance against the risks of long-distance travel. Archaeological excavations at Silk Road trading centres like Samarkand, Kashgar and Turfan have revealed extensive archives of financial documents written in multiple languages, showing how these banking houses managed complex international transactions involving dozens of different currencies and trading partners. The city of Samarkand, located in present-day Uzbekistan, became one of the most important financial centres of the medieval world precisely because of its strategic location at the crossroads of multiple Silk Road routes. Samarkand's merchants and bankers developed expertise in evaluating and exchanging currencies from throughout the known world. and the city's markets became famous for the reliability and fairness of their currency exchange operations. Merchants from China could arrive in Samarkand with strings of cash coins and leave with Roman gold pieces, Persian silver, or Indian dinars, all at fair and consistent exchange rates that were recognized and accepted throughout the trading network. Kashgar, situated at the western edge of the Taklamakan Desert in what is now western China, served a similar function as a major currency exchange centre where Chinese, Central Asian, Persian and Indian monetary systems intersected. The city's location made it a natural stopping point for caravans travelling between China and the West, and Kashgar's merchants became renowned for their ability to quickly and accurately assess the value of coins from throughout the known world. Archaeological evidence from Kashgar includes coin hoards containing specimens from dozens of different mints and time periods, demonstrating the city's role as a hub of international monetary exchange. Constantinople, which became the eastern capital of the Roman Empire in 330 CE, evolved into perhaps the most important financial centre in the medieval world due to its unique position bridging Europe and Asia. The city's merchants and bankers dealt with currencies from throughout the Byzantine Empire, the Islamic world, Central Asia, and even distant China and India. Constantinople's financial institutions pioneered many innovations in international banking, including sophisticated credit instruments, currency futures contracts, and international arbitrage operations that took advantage of price differences between different markets. The evidence for this remarkable early global economy comes not just from written records, but also from extensive archaeological discoveries of coin hoards throughout Central Asia and beyond. These hoards, which were typically buried by merchants or others during times of danger and never recovered, provide fascinating insights into the extent and complexity of Silk Road monetary systems. A single hoard might contain Roman coins, Chinese cash, Persian drachmas, Kushan dinars, and local imitations of various foreign currencies, all buried together by someone who clearly understood and used multiple monetary systems in their daily business activities. One of the most remarkable aspects of the Silk Road economy was how it created incentives for monetary innovation and standardization across vast distances and multiple political systems. Rulers throughout the Silk Road region discovered that having their currencies accepted in distant markets provided significant economic and political advantages, leading to a kind of competitive standardization where different monetary systems gradually became more compatible with each other. Chinese emperors began producing coins with designs and metal content that would appeal to Western traders, while Roman and Persian rulers modified their currencies to make them more acceptable in Eastern markets. The Silk Road also facilitated the spread of monetary technologies and innovations between different civilizations. Chinese innovations in metallurgy and coin production techniques spread westward along the trade routes, while Roman and Persian approaches to currency standardization and anti-counterfeiting measures moved eastward. This technological exchange helped improve the quality and reliability of currencies throughout the Silk Road network, making trade more efficient and profitable for everyone involved. The impact of these developments during the period from 500 BCE to 500 CE cannot be overstated in terms of their influence on subsequent monetary and economic history. The Roman example of using currency as a tool of imperial control was studied and copied by countless later empires, from the Islamic caliphates to the Mongol Empire to modern nation-states. The Chinese approach to standardized currency production and anti-counterfeiting measures influenced monetary systems throughout East Asia for more than 1,000 years. The Silk Road innovations in international banking and credit instruments laid the groundwork for the medieval Islamic banking system and eventually for modern international finance. Perhaps most importantly, this period demonstrated for the first time in human history that monetary systems could transcend political and cultural boundaries to create genuinely international economies. The success of Silk Road trade showed that people from completely different civilizations, speaking different languages and following different religions, could nonetheless cooperate in complex economic relationships when they shared reliable and mutually acceptable monetary systems. This lesson would prove crucial for all subsequent developments in international trade and finance, from the medieval merchant networks of the Indian Ocean to the modern global economy of today. The period from 500 BCE to 500 CE thus represents a fundamental turning point in the relationship between money and power, when currency systems first became tools of empire and international influence rather than merely local conveniences for facilitating trade. The innovations developed during this remarkable 1,000-year period, from Roman standardization to Chinese anti-counterfeiting measures to Silk Road banking, established principles and practices that continue to influence how we think about money, international trade and economic policy in the modern world. Medieval innovations and banking, the birth of modern finance. The year was 1171, and Venice faced its greatest crisis yet. Constantinople, the mighty Byzantine capital, threatened to crush Venetian trade routes that had made the city rich beyond imagination. But Venice had no treasury full of gold to fund a war. Instead, something remarkable happened in the halls of the Doge's palace that would change finance forever. The Venetian government created pieces of paper, simple documents that promised to pay back money with extra payment called interest. Citizens could buy these papers by lending their own money to the government, and in return they would receive more money back later. These were the world's first government bonds, and they represented a revolutionary idea that money could be created not just from gold or silver, but from promises and trust itself. This moment marked the beginning of what we now call modern finance, but the story of medieval money innovations stretches far beyond Venice's lagoons. Between the years 500 and 1400, the world witnessed an explosion of financial creativity that would lay the foundation for every banking system, credit card, and electronic transfer we use today. Three great civilizations, the Islamic world, medieval Europe, and imperial China, each contributed pieces to this financial puzzle, often learning from each other across the great trade routes that connected their distant lands. The Islamic world, stretching from Spain to Central Asia, became the laboratory for some of the most sophisticated financial innovations ever created. In the bustling markets of Baghdad, Cairo, and Cordoba, Muslim merchants faced a problem that would be familiar to any modern business person. How do you send money safely across thousands of miles when bandits lurk on every trade route and ships can sink in sudden storms? The solution they developed was called hawala, an Arabic word meaning transfer, and it was so clever that it still operates in parts of Asia and Africa today. Here's how hawala worked in practice. Imagine a merchant in Baghdad who needed to send 100 gold dinars to his business partner in Cairo. Instead of loading the dangerous journey with actual gold, he would visit a local hawala dealer, essentially a medieval money transfer agent. The merchant would give the dealer his 100 dinars plus a small fee. The dealer would then write a simple letter or give a coded message to the merchant. This message contained special information known only to hawala dealers, perhaps a specific phrase, a series of numbers, or even a small physical token. The merchant would then travel to Cairo, carrying only this message, leaving his gold safely behind. Upon arriving in Cairo, the merchant would find another hawala dealer and present his coded message. The Cairo dealer, who was part of the same network as the Baghdad dealer, would immediately pay out 100 dinars minus a small commission. But here comes the truly brilliant part. No gold or silver ever actually moved between Baghdad and Cairo. Instead, the two dealers kept careful records of what they owed each other. Over time, merchants travelling in both directions would use their services, and the debts would naturally balance out. Only occasionally, when the accounts became too unbalanced, would actual money need to travel between cities, and even then it could be done in large, well-protected caravans, rather than by individual merchants. This hawala system grew to span the entire Islamic world, creating a financial network that connected traders from Al-Andalus in Spain to the spice markets of Indonesia. The dealers, known as hawaladars, developed incredibly sophisticated methods for tracking debts and credits across vast distances. They used special papers with watermarks, coded language that would be meaningless to outsiders, and even trained messenger pigeons to carry financial information quickly between cities. Some historians believe that without this hawala system, the great Islamic trade empire that brought Eastern spices, Chinese silk and African gold to European markets could never have functioned so efficiently. But hawala was just one piece of the Islamic financial revolution. Muslim scholars, deeply committed to their religious principles, faced a unique challenge that forced them to become some of the most creative financial thinkers in history. The Quran, their holy book, contained strict rules about money and business that seemed to make banking impossible. The most important rule was the prohibition of riba, which meant charging interest on loans. In Christian Europe, people could lend money and charge extra payment for the service, but Islamic law seemed to forbid this entirely. However, Muslim scholars were also practical people who understood that trade and business required credit and investment, so they developed an entire system of Sharia-compliant financial instruments that followed religious law while still allowing complex business transactions. Instead of charging interest on loans, Islamic banks developed profit-sharing partnerships called mudaraba. In these arrangements, one person would provide money while another provided labour and expertise. Any profits would be shared according to a pre-agreed ratio. But if the business failed, only the money provider would lose their investment, not the worker. Another innovation was called murabaha, which allowed people to buy goods they couldn't immediately afford. Instead of lending money directly, the bank would buy the desired item and then sell it to the customer at a higher price, with payments spread over time. This might sound similar to charging interest, but Islamic legal scholars argued that it was different because the bank actually owned and took responsibility for the physical goods, making it a legitimate trade transaction rather than a money loan. These Islamic financial innovations led to the creation of something even more remarkable: the world's first stock markets. In 9th century Baghdad, during the height of the Abbasid Caliphate, merchants began gathering in specific areas of the city's great bazaar called the Souk al-Mal, which meant money market. Here they didn't just trade goods like spices or textiles, but traded shares in businesses, ships and even trading expeditions. A merchant planning to send a caravan to India might sell shares in the expedition to other merchants, spreading both the risk and the potential profits among many investors. These early stock markets operated with surprising sophistication. Merchants developed standard contracts for different types of investments, created systems for transferring ownership of shares, and even established primitive forms of insurance for trading ventures. The Souk al-Mal in Baghdad became so important that similar markets sprang up in other major Islamic cities, including Cairo, Damascus, and Cordoba. Merchants could buy shares in a business in Baghdad and sell them weeks later in Cairo, creating the first international securities trading network. Meanwhile, far to the east, the Chinese Empire was conducting its own monetary revolution that would prove equally important to the development of modern finance. During the Tang dynasty, which ruled from 618 to 907, Chinese merchants and government officials faced their own version of the transportation problem that had inspired Islamic Hawala. China was enormous, and moving heavy bronze coins across thousands of miles was expensive, dangerous, and slow. The solution they developed was even more radical than Hawala. They decided to replace metal money with pieces of paper entirely. The first Chinese paper money appeared during the reign of Emperor Xuanzong in the early 8th century. Initially, these weren't government-issued currency, but private notes created by merchants and money changers. A merchant could deposit heavy coins with a reliable money changer in one city and receive a paper certificate in return. This certificate could then be taken to the money changer's associate in another city and exchanged back for coins. It was similar to Hawala, but instead of coded messages, the Chinese used standardized paper notes that anyone could read and use. The Chinese government quickly realized the potential of this system. By the 11th century, during the Song dynasty, they had created the world's first government-issued paper currency. These notes, called jiaozi, were printed on special paper made from mulberry bark and sealed with official government stamps to prevent counterfeiting. The government promised that anyone could bring these paper notes to government offices and exchange them for the equivalent value in bronze or silver coins. This paper money system gave the Chinese enormous advantages in trade and warfare. Armies could carry their pay in lightweight paper instead of heavy metal. Merchants could complete large transactions without risking their lives transporting treasure. And the government could print additional money when needed for major projects like building canals or defending against invasions. However, the Chinese also learned some hard lessons about paper money that would be repeated by governments throughout history. When they printed too much money without having enough metal to back it up, prices rose rapidly, and people lost faith in the currency. Some dynasties printed so much paper money that it became nearly worthless, forcing them to return to metal coins or develop new currency systems. While these innovations flourished in the Islamic world and China, medieval Europe was developing its own financial revolution, centered in the prosperous Italian city-states that had become the bridge between East and West. Venice, Genoa, Florence, and other Italian cities grew rich by carrying Asian goods to European markets and European silver to Asian traders. But this lucrative trade created problems that forced Italian merchants to become some of the most innovative financiers in history. The Italian banking revolution began with a simple practical problem. Italian merchants trading in distant cities needed local currency to buy goods, but carrying large amounts of gold and silver across Europe was incredibly dangerous. Medieval roads swarmed with bandits, wars constantly disrupted travel routes, and even honest innkeepers might be tempted by a merchant's obviously heavy money bags. The solution Italian merchants developed was called the bill of exchange, and it became the foundation of international banking. A bill of exchange worked like a sophisticated version of the Islamic hawala system, but with important differences that reflected European legal and commercial traditions. Suppose a Florentine merchant wanted to buy woolen cloth in London. Instead of carrying gold to England, he would visit a Florentine banker and exchange his gold florins for a written document, the Bill of Exchange. This document was essentially a letter addressed to the banker's London associate, instructing him to pay a specific amount of English pounds to whoever presented the bill. The merchant would then travel to London, carrying only this piece of paper, which was worthless to bandits who couldn't read Latin and had no connections to Italian banking houses. Upon arriving in London, the merchant would present his bill of exchange to the designated banker, who would pay out the required English pounds. The London banker would then send the bill back to Florence as proof that payment had been made, and the accounts between the two banking houses would be adjusted accordingly. This system expanded rapidly throughout Europe, creating a network of Italian banking houses that could transfer money between any major commercial centres. The Medici Bank in Florence had correspondents in London, Bruges, Rome, Naples, Milan, Geneva, Lyon, and even Kaffa on the Black Sea. A merchant could deposit money in any of these cities and withdraw it in any other centuries before the invention of modern international banking. But the Bill of Exchange system led to even more sophisticated financial innovations. Italian bankers realized that these bills could be bought and sold like any other commodity, creating Europe's first foreign exchange markets. The exchange rate between different currencies became a subject of constant negotiation and speculation. Bankers would buy bills payable in currencies they expected to strengthen and sell bills in currencies they expected to weaken, making profits from their predictions about economic and political developments across Europe. The Italian bankers also developed increasingly complex credit systems that allowed merchants to conduct business without immediate payment. A merchant could buy goods on credit by promising to pay at a future date, often at the next major trade fair where merchants from across Europe would gather to settle their accounts. These credit arrangements were formalized in written contracts that specified exactly when and where payment would be made, what would happen if the borrower couldn't pay, and how disputes would be resolved. Interest rates became a subject of intense negotiation and regulation. The Catholic Church officially prohibited charging interest on loans, calling it usury and threatening excommunication for those who practiced it. However, Italian bankers developed creative ways to earn profits from their loans without technically charging interest. They might buy goods from a borrower at below market prices and sell them back at higher prices, or they might charge fees for the risk of lending money, or they might manipulate exchange rates between different currencies to build in hidden profits. Perhaps the most important Italian innovation was double-entry bookkeeping, a system of recording financial transactions that is still used by every business in the world today. Before this system, merchants kept simple lists of what they owned and what they owed. But these records were often incomplete and always susceptible to errors and fraud. Double-entry bookkeeping, first systematically described by the Venetian mathematician Luca Pacioli in 1494, required that every transaction be recorded twice, once as a debit and once as a credit. This might sound like extra work, but it provided enormous advantages. Double-entry books are automatically balanced, making errors easy to spot. They provided a complete picture of a business's financial health at any moment. They made fraud much more difficult because falsifying records required changing multiple entries in consistent ways. Most importantly, they allowed business owners to calculate profits and losses accurately, enabling them to make better decisions about investments and expansion. The most famous practitioners of these Italian banking innovations were the Medici family of Florence, whose bank became the largest and most influential financial institution in medieval Europe. The Medici story began in 1397, when Giovanni de' Medici, son of a successful money changer, established a small bank in Florence. Giovanni was a careful, conservative banker who built his business slowly by providing reliable service to merchants and craftsmen. When he died in 1429, he left his sons Cosimo and Lorenzo a modest but solid banking business. Cosimo de' Medici transformed his father's small bank into a financial empire. He established branch offices in all the major commercial centres of Europe, from London to Constantinople. Each branch was technically a separate partnership, which protected the main bank if one branch failed, but all branches used standardized accounting methods and coordinated their activities under Cosimo's central control. This gave the Medici Bank enormous advantages over its competitors, who were usually small, local operations. The Medici Bank offered services that seem remarkably modern today. They accepted deposits from customers and paid interest on large accounts. They made loans to businesses and individuals, charging different interest rates based on the perceived risk of each borrower. They handled foreign exchange transactions, converting currencies at competitive rates. They provided letters of credit that allowed merchants to travel without carrying cash. They even offered what we would now call investment banking services, helping governments and large businesses raise money by selling bonds or shares. Perhaps most importantly, the Medici Bank became the primary banker to the Pope and the Catholic Church. This was an enormously profitable relationship because the Church collected taxes and donations from across Europe, but needed to transfer this money to Rome for major construction projects and administrative expenses. The Medici handled these transfers, earning substantial fees while also gaining access to privileged information about political and economic developments throughout Europe. The wealth generated by the Medici Bank allowed the family to become the unofficial rulers of Florence and major patrons of Renaissance art and learning. Cosimo de' Medici commissioned works from the greatest artists of his time, including Donatello and Brunelleschi. His grandson Lorenzo, known as Lorenzo the Magnificent, patronized Michelangelo, Botticelli, and Leonardo da Vinci. The Medici family produced 4 popes and 2 queens of France, demonstrating how banking wealth could be converted into political and social power. However, the Medici Bank also illustrated the risks inherent in medieval banking. By the late 15th century, the bank had expanded too rapidly and made too many risky loans to European royalty, who were notoriously unreliable borrowers. The English branch failed when King Edward IV defaulted on massive loans. The Burgundian branch collapsed when Duke Charles the Bold died in battle, leaving enormous unpaid debts. Political upheavals in Florence undermined the bank's home base, and competition from other Italian banks reduced profits throughout the system. When Lorenzo de' Medici died in 1492, the bank was already in serious decline. His heirs lacked his business skills and political acumen, and within a few years the once mighty Medici Bank had closed most of its branches and retreated to local Florentine operations. The bank that had financed the Renaissance and revolutionized European finance disappeared, but its innovations lived on in the banking practices that spread throughout Europe and eventually around the world. The Medici story illustrates both the potential and the perils of medieval banking innovations. These early bankers created financial instruments and systems that made long-distance trade possible, enabled governments to fund major projects, and allowed ordinary people to save money and earn interest on their deposits. They developed accounting methods that provided unprecedented transparency and control over business operations. They established international networks that could move money across vast distances without physical transportation of precious metals. At the same time, medieval banks operated without the legal protections and government oversight that modern banks take for granted. They depended entirely on personal relationships and reputation, which could be destroyed by a single major failure. They were vulnerable to political upheavals, wars, and natural disasters that could wipe out entire branches overnight. They had no deposit insurance to protect customers' money, and no central bank to provide emergency loans during financial crises. Despite these limitations, the medieval period from 500 to 1400 witnessed the creation of financial systems that would form the foundation of modern capitalism. The Islamic Hawala system demonstrated that money could be transferred without physical movement of precious metals. Chinese paper currency proved that governments could create money by fiat, rather than mining gold and silver. Italian banking houses showed how private businesses could provide financial services on an international scale while earning profits and managing risks. These innovations didn't develop in isolation, but influenced each other through the great trade networks that connected medieval civilizations. Islamic merchants brought knowledge of credit systems and partnership arrangements to European markets. Chinese inventions like paper money and printing technology eventually reached the Islamic world and Europe. Italian banking methods spread northward to Germany, France, and England, where they were adapted to local conditions and legal systems. By 1400, the financial world looked very different from what existed in 500. Money had evolved from simple gold and silver coins to complex systems of credit, paper currency, and international exchange. Banking had grown from local money changing to international networks capable of financing trade expeditions, government wars, and artistic masterpieces. Accounting had developed from informal record-keeping to systematic methods that provided accurate information about business performance and financial health. Perhaps most importantly, people's understanding of money itself had fundamentally changed. Medieval financial innovations demonstrated that money was not just a physical object like a gold coin, but also a social relationship based on trust, promise, and shared expectations about the future. A bill of exchange had value not because it contained precious metal, but because people believed it would be honoured. Paper money worked not because the paper itself was valuable, but because governments and merchants agreed to accept it as payment. This new understanding of money as a social construction, rather than a natural phenomenon, would prove crucial for all future financial developments. It made possible the government bonds that funded the rise of nation-states, the stock markets that financed industrial development, and eventually the digital currencies that exist only as electronic data. The medieval period thus represents not just an important chapter in financial history, but the moment when finance became truly modern in its fundamental concepts and methods. The innovations of medieval Islamic, Chinese, and European financiers created the intellectual and practical foundations for every subsequent development in banking and finance. Their solutions to the problems of long-distance trade, currency exchange, credit provision, and risk management established principles that continue to guide financial institutions today. Their successes and failures provided lessons that helped shape the regulatory frameworks and business practices of later centuries. Most importantly, Their recognition that money and finance could be tools for economic development and social progress helped create the modern world of global commerce and international cooperation. The age of exploration and global trade. When silver conquered the world. The mountain that would change the world forever rose 17,000 feet above sea level in what is now Bolivia, its silver-rich veins hidden beneath layers of rock that had formed millions of years before humans ever walked the earth. By 1580, this mountain called Potosi had become the beating heart of the first truly global economy, pumping millions of silver coins through trade routes that stretched from the cold peaks of the Andes to the bustling markets of Manila, Beijing, and beyond. The Spanish had discovered something extraordinary in the New World, not just gold, as they had originally hoped, but silver in quantities so vast that it would reshape the entire world economy and create the first international currency system that connected every inhabited continent. The story of how silver conquered the world begins with the Spanish conquest of the Americas in the early 1500s. When Hernán Cortés defeated the Aztec Empire in 1521 and Francisco Pizarro conquered the Inca Empire in 1533, they found civilizations that had been using precious metals for centuries, but not in the way Europeans understood money. The Aztecs used cacao beans, quills filled with gold dust, and pieces of cotton cloth called cuachtli as their primary forms of currency. Their markets in Tenochtitlan were filled with vendors who would carefully count out cacao beans to make purchases, while the most valuable transactions might involve small amounts of gold dust measured in turkey quills. The Incas had an even more unusual system built around reciprocity and redistribution rather than market exchange. They used gold and silver primarily for religious ceremonies and royal decorations, while their economy functioned through a complex system of labour obligations called mita and redistribution of goods through state warehouses called colcars. The Spanish conquistadors found these systems utterly foreign and quickly set about imposing European monetary concepts on their new territories. They melted down countless golden artifacts from temples and palaces, turning sacred objects into European-style coins and bars. The cultural destruction was immense, as thousands of years of indigenous artistic tradition were literally melted away to create Spanish currency. But it was the discovery of silver, particularly at Potosi in 1545, that would have the most profound impact on world history. An indigenous man named Diego Gualpa, according to Spanish chronicles, was chasing llamas up the mountainside when he grabbed a bush to steady himself and noticed that its roots had exposed shining silver ore. Word of this discovery spread quickly, and within a few years Potosi had grown from an empty mountainside to one of the largest cities in the world. The Potosi mines operated on a scale that dwarfed anything Europeans had previously experienced. The Spanish colonial government forced indigenous people to work in the mines through an adaptation of the Inca meter system, requiring communities to send a certain number of men to work in the mines for months at a time. The conditions were brutal and deadly. Miners worked in narrow tunnels that descended deep into the mountain, often crawling through spaces barely wide enough for a human body while carrying heavy loads of ore. The altitude made breathing difficult, and the constant exposure to mercury used in silver processing caused serious health problems. Indigenous communities called Potosi the mountain that eats men, and historians estimate that over the 3 centuries of Spanish colonial rule, the mines may have caused the deaths of 8 million indigenous workers. Despite these horrific human costs, the silver production was extraordinary. At its peak in the late 1500s and early 1600s, Potosi was producing over 200 tons of silver per year. The Spanish developed increasingly sophisticated methods for extracting and processing the ore, including the introduction of the patio process, which used mercury to separate silver from other minerals. Huge wooden water wheels powered crushing mills that ground the ore into powder, while teams of mules walked in circles to mix the silver-bearing powder with mercury, salt and water. The amalgamation process took several weeks, after which the mercury was burned off, leaving behind pure silver that could be melted and formed into bars or coins. The Spanish real, particularly the piece of 8 real coin, became the world's first truly global currency because of Potosi's massive silver production. These coins were minted to consistent standards of weight and purity, making them trusted and accepted far beyond Spanish territories. The piece of 8 contained exactly 1 ounce of silver, and became so widely recognized that it remained legal tender in the United States until 1857, long after American independence. Chinese merchants in Guangzhou accepted Spanish reales as readily as they accepted Chinese silver, while African traders along the Gold Coast preferred Spanish coins to local currencies. The consistency and reliability of Spanish silver coins made them the closest thing the pre-modern world had to an international standard currency. The global circulation of Spanish silver created the first truly integrated world economy. Silver flowed from the mines of Potosi and other American locations like Zacatecas in Mexico through complex trade networks that connected previously separate regional economies. Spanish treasure fleets, heavily armed convoys of ships called the flota, carried millions of pieces of 8 across the Atlantic to Seville, where the silver entered European markets. From there, much of the silver continued eastward, flowing through Mediterranean ports to Constantinople, through the Levant to Persian and Indian ocean trading networks, and ultimately to China, where demand for silver was enormous. China's appetite for silver drove much of this global circulation. The Ming dynasty, which ruled China from 1368 to 1644, had adopted silver as the basis for tax collection and major commercial transactions. Chinese agricultural productivity had increased dramatically during the Ming period, creating surpluses that could be traded for luxury goods and silver. At the same time, Chinese artisans were producing silk, porcelain, tea and other goods that were highly prized throughout the world. European merchants found that they could purchase these Chinese goods most effectively by paying with American silver, creating a circular flow of silver from the Americas to Europe to Asia. The economic impact of this silver circulation was profound and complex. In Europe, the massive influx of American silver caused what historians call the price revolution, a period of inflation that lasted from roughly 1500 to 1650. Prices for basic goods like wheat, wine and wool rose dramatically as the increased supply of silver made coins less valuable. A bushel of wheat that cost 1 silver coin in 1500 might cost 3 or 4 silver coins by 1600. This inflation had different effects on different groups of people. Those who owned land or produced goods for sale often benefited because they could sell their products for higher prices while their costs remained relatively stable. However, people who worked for wages or lived on fixed incomes suffered as their purchasing power declined. The price revolution also contributed to significant social and political changes across Europe. The inflation made it easier for monarchs to pay off old debts with cheaper money, while simultaneously making it more expensive to maintain armies and bureaucracies. Some historians argue that the price revolution contributed to the decline of feudalism by making traditional land-based wealth less valuable relative to commercial wealth. Merchants and bankers who understood how to profit from the changing monetary system accumulated power and influence, while traditional nobles who relied on fixed rents from their estates found their wealth eroding. In the Americas, the Spanish colonial system created complex hybrid economies that combined European monetary concepts with indigenous practices and African influences brought by enslaved people. While the Spanish imposed their currency system for official transactions and major trade, many local and regional markets continued to use indigenous forms of exchange. In Mexico, cacao beans remained important for small purchases throughout the colonial period, while cotton textiles continued to serve as currency in many indigenous communities. The Spanish colonial authorities generally tolerated these practices as long as they did not interfere with silver production and the collection of royal taxes. The plantation economies that developed in the Caribbean and other tropical regions created yet another layer of monetary complexity. Sugar, tobacco and cotton became so valuable in international trade that they often functioned as currencies themselves. Plantation owners might pay for supplies and equipment with promises of future tobacco deliveries, while merchants accepted sugar or cotton in payment for manufactured goods. These agricultural commodities were easier to transport and store than traditional currencies in tropical climates, and their value was well established in international markets. The African experience with Spanish silver and other American currencies was particularly complex because of the slave trade. European and American merchants used silver, firearms, textiles, and other goods to purchase enslaved people from African traders, creating a horrific but economically significant connection between American silver production and African societies. Some African communities became deeply involved in this trade, using the profits to purchase European goods and build powerful militaries, while others were devastated by slave raids and warfare. The cowrie shells that had served as currency along much of the African coast were gradually supplemented and sometimes replaced by European coins and goods, fundamentally altering traditional economic relationships. The Manila galleon trade represents perhaps the most remarkable achievement of this early global economy. Beginning in 1565, Spanish ships began making regular voyages between Acapulco on the Mexican Pacific coast and Manila in the Philippines, creating the first regular trans-Pacific trade route in history. These massive ships, some of the largest vessels of their time, carried American silver westward across the Pacific and returned with Asian goods, including Chinese silk, porcelain and lacquerware, Indian cotton textiles, Indonesian spices and Japanese crafts. The Manila galleons were extraordinary vessels, often over 150 feet long and capable of carrying 300 to 500 tons of cargo. The westward voyage from Acapulco to Manila typically took 3 to 4 months, following the North Pacific trade winds and currents. The return journey was even more challenging, taking 6 to 8 months as the ships had to sail far to the north to catch the westerly winds and currents that would carry them back to the American coast. The crews faced storms, disease, and the constant threat of pirates, while passengers endured months at sea in cramped, unsanitary conditions. Despite these dangers, the Manila galleon trade was enormously profitable. A single successful voyage could generate profits of 100 to 300% on the original investment. Chinese silk that cost a few pieces of 8 in Manila might sell for 20 or 30 pieces of 8 in Mexico City, while porcelain purchased cheaply in China commanded premium prices among wealthy Spanish colonists. The trade was so lucrative that the Spanish crown limited it to 2 ships per year and required all trade to go through the official ports of Acapulco and Manila, creating monopoly conditions that kept prices high. Archaeological evidence from shipwrecks has provided fascinating insights into the scale and complexity of this trade. The wreck of the San Diego, a Manila galleon that sank off the Philippines in 1600, contained over 34,000 pieces of Chinese porcelain, along with Japanese katanas, Indonesian gold jewelry, and thousands of Spanish silver coins. The Nuestra Señora de Atocha, which sank off the Florida Keys in 1622 while carrying treasure from South America to Spain, held over 40 tons of silver and gold when it was discovered by treasure hunters in 1985. These underwater time capsules demonstrate how thoroughly the world's economies had become interconnected by the early 1600s. The global silver trade also had profound environmental consequences that are only now being fully understood. The mercury used in silver processing at Potosi and other mines contaminated water supplies and agricultural land throughout the Andes. Recent studies of ice cores from Andean glaciers show elevated levels of lead and mercury dating to the colonial period, indicating that pollution from silver mining affected the environment across a much wider area than previously thought. Deforestation around mining centres was also extensive, as the smelting process required enormous amounts of wood and charcoal. The social and cultural impact of the silver trade extended far beyond economic relationships. In China, the availability of American silver allowed the Ming dynasty to expand its military and bureaucratic operations, but it also created economic vulnerabilities. When silver supplies were disrupted by political problems in the Americas or changes in global trade patterns, the Chinese economy experienced severe difficulties. Some historians argue that disruptions in silver supply contributed to the fall of the Ming dynasty in 1644. In Europe, the influx of American wealth helped finance the religious wars of the 16th and 17th centuries, as Catholic and Protestant powers used silver revenues to build armies and navies. The Spanish Armada that attempted to invade England in 1588 was built largely with American silver, while Protestant powers like the Dutch Republic used their access to global trade networks to compete with Spanish colonial wealth. The Ottoman Empire, which controlled much of the eastern Mediterranean and the traditional trade routes between Europe and Asia, found its strategic position undermined by the new global trade networks centered on American silver. Ottoman merchants continued to profit from regional trade, but the empire's role as the crucial link between European and Asian economies diminished as Europeans established direct sea routes to Asia and the Americas. By 1650, the world had become economically interconnected in ways that would have been unimaginable 2 centuries earlier. Spanish silver, mined by indigenous laborers in the Andes, was being used to purchase Chinese silk worn by wealthy merchants in Mexico City, while African gold purchased with American silver was financing European exploration of the Indian Ocean. This first global economy was built on exploitation, environmental destruction, and cultural imperialism, but it also created new possibilities for human interaction and exchange that would shape the modern world. The legacy of this period extends far beyond its immediate economic impact. The Spanish Peace of Eight became the model for the United States dollar, with its 8 real denomination giving rise to the practice of cutting coins into 8 pieces or bits, which is why 25 cents is still sometimes called 2 bits. The global trade networks established during this period created the foundation for modern international commerce, while the monetary systems developed to handle transcontinental trade provided the basis for modern banking and finance. The rise of national banking governments take control. The printing press that would revolutionize money forever began operating in Stockholm on a cold winter morning in 1661. As Swedish bankers carefully fed sheets of specially prepared paper through the mechanical rollers that would imprint them with the promise of the Swedish crown to pay the bearer a specific amount of silver. These were not the first pieces of paper money ever created, but they were the first in Europe to be issued directly by a government rather than by private merchants or banks. The experiment would end in disaster within just a few years, but it marked the beginning of a fundamental transformation in how governments around the world would think about money, banking, and economic control. The Swedish experiment with paper money arose from a peculiar problem that perfectly illustrates how practical concerns often drive monetary innovation. Sweden in the mid-1600s was using copper as its primary currency, following a decision made by King Gustav II Adolf to capitalize on Sweden's abundant copper mines. However, copper is much less valuable than gold or silver, which meant that Swedish copper coins had to be enormous to have any significant value. A 10-daler copper coin weighed nearly 20 pounds, making everyday transactions absurdly cumbersome. Merchants needed wheelbarrows to transport money for major purchases, while smaller transactions required people to carry heavy bags of copper coins. Johan Palmstruch, a Dutch-born entrepreneur who had established Stockholm's Banco with royal permission in 1656, proposed an elegant solution to this problem. His bank would issue paper notes that promised to pay the bearer a specific amount of copper or silver upon demand. These creditive cedlar or credit notes were much lighter and more convenient than copper coins, and they bore the authority of the Swedish crown, making them the first government-backed paper currency in European history. For a few years, the system worked remarkably well. Swedish merchants embraced the convenience of paper money, and the notes circulated widely throughout the kingdom. However, Palmstruch and his bank made a crucial error that would be repeated by governments around the world for centuries to come. They began issuing more paper notes than they had copper and silver to back them up. The temptation was enormous because paper money cost almost nothing to produce, but could be used to make loans and investments that generated substantial profits. By 1664, the bank had issued so many notes that it could not possibly redeem them all for metal currency if customers demanded it. When word of this situation spread, panic ensued. Customers rushed to the bank demanding that their paper notes be exchanged for metal coins, but the bank could not meet these demands. The Swedish government was forced to shut down Stockholm's Banco in 1668, and Johan Palmstruch was arrested and sentenced to death, though his sentence was later reduced to imprisonment. Despite this early failure, the idea of government-issued paper money had been planted, and it would resurface repeatedly over the following centuries as governments faced financial pressures that traditional monetary systems could not address. The next major development came from an unlikely source: the English government's need to finance its ongoing wars with France. England in the 1690s was spending enormous sums on military campaigns, but its tax collection system was inefficient and its credit was poor. Wealthy English merchants were reluctant to lend money to the government because previous monarchs had defaulted on their debts, leaving lenders with worthless promises of repayment. William Paterson, a Scottish entrepreneur and financial innovator, proposed a solution that would transform both English finance and the global monetary system. He suggested creating a new institution, the Bank of England, which would be owned by private shareholders but would have a special relationship with the government. The bank would lend money to the government at reasonable interest rates, and in exchange it would receive exclusive privileges, including the right to issue paper banknotes that would be accepted as legal currency throughout England. The Bank of England was established in 1694 with initial capital of £1.2 million, making it one of the largest financial institutions in the world at that time. The Bank of England's success depended on maintaining public confidence in its paper notes, which required careful management of the relationship between the amount of notes in circulation and the bank's reserves of gold and silver. Unlike the failed Swedish experiment, the Bank of England maintained substantial metal reserves and developed sophisticated methods for managing the money supply. The bank's directors understood that they needed to balance the government's need for financing with the public's need for stable, trustworthy currency. The bank's paper notes gradually gained acceptance among English merchants and consumers because they offered significant practical advantages over metal coins. Large transactions could be completed much more easily with lightweight paper notes than with heavy bags of gold and silver coins. The notes also reduced the risk of theft during transport, as they could be made payable to specific individuals rather than to whoever possessed them. Perhaps most importantly, the Bank of England's notes were backed by the full faith and credit of the English government, which was becoming increasingly stable and financially reliable. The success of the Bank of England inspired similar experiments across Europe, though not all were equally successful. France in the early 1700s experienced one of history's most spectacular monetary disasters when John Law, a Scottish financier, convinced the French government to adopt an ambitious scheme involving both paper money and speculative investment in overseas colonies. Law's system, known as the Mississippi Bubble, combined a new paper currency issued by the Banque Générale with shares in the Compagnie d'Occident, which claimed exclusive rights to develop French territories in North America. The French experiment began promisingly enough. Law's paper currency was initially well received, and shares in his company rose dramatically as investors became excited about the potential wealth to be gained from developing Louisiana and other French territories. The French government, which was deeply in debt from decades of warfare, embraced Law's system because it seemed to offer a solution to the kingdom's financial problems. However, the system contained fundamental flaws that would ultimately prove fatal. Law's company made extravagant claims about the wealth that could be extracted from French colonies in America, promising investors that Louisiana contained vast deposits of gold and silver comparable to those found by the Spanish in Peru and Mexico. These claims were largely false, as French explorers had found little precious metal in their American territories. Meanwhile, the Banque Générale was printing enormous quantities of paper money to finance both government operations and speculative investments in colonial ventures. By 1720, the amount of paper currency in circulation far exceeded the underlying economic activity that could support it. The collapse came suddenly and catastrophically. Investors began to realize that Law's company could not possibly generate the profits that had been promised, and they started selling their shares en masse. As share prices fell, confidence in the paper currency also evaporated. and people rushed to exchange their paper notes for gold and silver coins. The bank could not meet these demands, and the entire system collapsed within a matter of months. The Mississippi bubble became a cautionary tale about the dangers of excessive speculation and inadequate backing for paper money, and it made the French government extremely suspicious of paper currency for generations to come. The English colonies in North America developed their own unique approaches to paper money, driven by chronic shortages of gold and silver coins. The American colonies had little domestic production of precious metals, and English trade policies made it difficult for colonists to acquire and retain metallic currency. At the same time, the growing colonial economy needed more money to facilitate trade and economic development. Various colonial governments began issuing their own paper currencies, backed by different combinations of land, tax revenues, and promises of future payment. Pennsylvania's paper money system, established in 1723, became one of the most successful colonial experiments with government-issued currency. The Pennsylvania colonial government issued paper notes that were backed by mortgages on land within the colony. Colonists could borrow these notes by pledging their land as collateral, and they would repay the loans with interest over time. This system provided the colony with a stable money supply, while also generating revenue for the government through interest payments. The Pennsylvania pound, as this currency became known, maintained its value relative to gold and silver for several decades, and was widely accepted not only within Pennsylvania, but also in neighbouring colonies. Massachusetts took a different approach, issuing paper notes that were backed by tax revenues rather than land mortgages. The Massachusetts colonial government promised that it would accept these notes in payment of taxes, which guaranteed that they would have at least that level of value. However, the Massachusetts government sometimes issued more notes than could be supported by tax collections, leading to periods of inflation and public distrust of the currency. The most dramatic American experiment with paper money came during the Revolutionary War, when the Continental Congress began issuing currency to finance the fight for independence from Britain. The Continental Congress had no power to levy taxes and little access to gold and silver, so paper money seemed like the only viable option for funding the revolutionary cause. The first Continental notes were issued in 1775, and they initially circulated at face value and were readily accepted by merchants and soldiers. However, the Continental Congress made the same mistake that had doomed earlier paper money experiments in Sweden and France. As the war dragged on and expenses mounted, Congress printed increasingly large quantities of continental currency without adequate backing. By 1779, Congress had issued over $240 million worth of continental notes, an enormous sum for an economy of fewer than 3 million people. The predictable result was severe inflation as prices rose dramatically throughout the new United States. The inflation was so severe that it gave rise to the phrase, "not worth a continental," which became a common way of describing something worthless. A continental dollar that could purchase a bushel of wheat in 1775 might be worth only a small fraction of that by 1780. Soldiers were sometimes paid with continental currency that merchants refused to accept, leading to serious morale problems in the Continental Army. Farmers and artisans who had patriotically accepted continental currency in the early years of the war found themselves holding nearly worthless paper. The continental currency crisis provided crucial lessons for the founders of the United States about the importance of sound monetary policy. When the Constitutional Convention met in Philadelphia in 1787, the delegates were acutely aware of the problems caused by the continental currency disaster. The new constitution explicitly gave the federal government exclusive power to coin money and regulate its value, while prohibiting state governments from issuing paper money or making anything other than gold and silver legal tender for debts. Alexander Hamilton, who became the first Secretary of the Treasury under the new constitution, was deeply influenced by the English model of central banking and the lessons learned from various paper money experiments. Hamilton proposed creating a Bank of the United States that would be modelled after the Bank of England, combining private ownership with government privileges and responsibilities. The bank would issue paper notes backed by gold and silver reserves, provide loans to the government and private borrowers, and help manage the nation's finances. Hamilton's proposal generated intense political debate, with opponents arguing that a national bank would benefit wealthy merchants and speculators at the expense of farmers and ordinary citizens. Thomas Jefferson and other critics worried that paper money would lead to corruption and speculation, and they preferred a monetary system based entirely on gold and silver coins. However, Hamilton's supporters argued that a sophisticated banking system was essential for economic development, and that the United States needed to adopt the financial innovations that had made countries like England prosperous and powerful. The first Bank of the United States was chartered in 1791 with initial capital of $10 million, making it one of the largest corporations in the United States. The bank established branches in major cities along the Atlantic coast and began issuing paper notes that were convertible to gold and silver on demand. Unlike the continental currency, these banknotes were carefully managed to maintain public confidence, and they generally circulated at face value throughout the areas where the bank operated. The technological aspects of paper money production became increasingly sophisticated during this period, as governments and banks sought to prevent counterfeiting and maintain public confidence in their currencies. Early paper money was often printed on special paper made from cotton and linen fibres, which were more durable than ordinary wood pulp paper and had a distinctive feel that made counterfeiting more difficult. Engravers developed increasingly complex designs featuring intricate patterns, portraits, and decorative elements that were difficult to reproduce without specialized equipment and skills. The printing process itself was carefully controlled, with banks and governments maintaining strict security around their printing facilities and closely monitoring the distribution of paper money. Special inks, watermarks, and other security features were gradually introduced to make counterfeiting even more challenging. Despite these precautions, counterfeiting remained a persistent problem throughout the 18th century, and many banks hired specialists to identify fake notes and prosecute counterfeiters. The economic theories that emerged during this period reflected growing understanding of how paper money functioned in complex economies. Thinkers like David Hume and Adam Smith recognized that the value of money depended not just on its intrinsic worth in gold or silver, but also on public confidence and the overall level of economic activity. They understood that moderate increases in the money supply could stimulate economic growth by making it easier for businesses to obtain credit and for consumers to make purchases, but they also recognized that excessive money creation would lead to inflation and economic instability. The French physiocrats, led by François Quesnay, developed some of the earliest systematic theories about how money and banking affected agricultural and industrial production. They argued that paper money could be beneficial if it was properly managed and backed by real economic assets, but they warned against using monetary policy to finance government spending beyond what could be supported by taxation and economic growth. The period from 1650 to 1800 established many of the fundamental principles that would guide monetary policy for centuries to come. Governments learned that paper money could be a powerful tool for managing their economies and financing their operations, but only if it was used with discipline and restraint. The disasters in Sweden, France and America demonstrated that excessive money creation would inevitably lead to inflation and economic crisis, while the success of institutions like the Bank of England showed that well-managed paper currency could provide significant benefits over purely metallic monetary systems. The relationship between governments and banking also evolved significantly during this period. The medieval model of private merchants and money changers gradually gave way to more formal partnerships between governments and chartered banks. These institutions combined private capital and expertise with government authority and backing, creating hybrid organizations that could provide both stability and innovation in monetary systems. By 1800, the basic framework of modern central banking had been established, even though many of the details would continue to evolve over the following centuries. The idea that governments should have primary responsibility for managing their nation's money supply had become widely accepted, while the practical challenges of balancing economic growth with monetary stability had become better understood. The stage was set for the next phase of monetary evolution, in which the gold standard would provide international stability, while national banks would develop increasingly sophisticated tools for managing their domestic economies. Industrial Revolution and modern banking. Money for the machine age. The year 1844 marked a turning point in human financial history when the British Parliament passed the Bank Charter Act, fundamentally changing how money worked in the modern world. This law required the Bank of England to back every paper pound with actual gold sitting in their vaults, creating what economists would later call the classical gold standard. The idea seemed brilliantly simple at the time. If every piece of paper money represented a specific amount of gold that people could actually claim, then money would have real, tangible value that nobody could question or manipulate. The 19th century had begun with most of the world still using a confusing mixture of different coins, many of them containing varying amounts of precious metals that made trade between countries extremely complicated. Spanish pieces of 8 still circulated widely in America. British pounds competed with French francs in international trade, and dozens of German states each issued their own currencies. The situation was like trying to bake a cake when every cookbook used different measurements, some calling for cups, others for grams, and still others for mysterious units that only made sense in their particular region. Gold emerged as the solution to this chaos because it possessed qualities that made it ideal for backing money. Unlike silver, which could be found in large quantities and might flood the market, gold was rare enough to maintain its value, but common enough that countries could accumulate reasonable reserves. Gold did not rust, tarnish or decay over time, meaning that coins and bars stored in bank vaults would retain their purity for decades or even centuries. Most importantly, gold was difficult to counterfeit convincingly, and its weight and purity could be tested using methods that had been perfected over thousands of years of human experience with precious metals. The Bank Charter Act divided the Bank of England into two separate departments: the issue department, which handled the creation of paper money, and the banking department, which conducted regular banking business. The issue department could only create new banknotes if they received an equivalent amount of gold to store in their vaults, with a small exception for a fixed amount of government securities. This meant that if someone walked into the Bank of England with a pound note, they could theoretically demand and receive the equivalent value in gold coins. The system created an automatic brake on money creation. Banks could not simply print more money whenever they wanted, because they would need to acquire more gold first. Other countries watched Britain's gold standard experiment with great interest and began adopting similar systems throughout the 1800s. Germany established a gold standard in 1871 after winning the Franco-Prussian War and receiving massive gold payments from defeated France. The United States, which had experimented with various monetary systems including periods when different types of money circulated simultaneously, fully committed to the gold standard in 1879. France, despite having large silver mines, eventually abandoned bimetallism, using both gold and silver as monetary backing, and adopted a pure gold standard by the 1870s. The gold standard created unprecedented stability in international exchange rates, which proved crucial as the Industrial Revolution accelerated global trade. When a British merchant wanted to buy cotton from an American farmer, both parties knew exactly how much their currencies were worth relative to each other, because both pounds and dollars were backed by fixed amounts of gold. This eliminated much of the uncertainty and speculation that had plagued international commerce for centuries. A British pound was worth approximately 4.87 American dollars throughout most of the late 1800s, and this rate remained remarkably stable for decades at a time. This monetary stability provided the foundation that allowed the Industrial Revolution to truly flourish. Factory owners could make long-term investments in expensive machinery, knowing that the money they borrowed would retain its value over the years needed to pay back their loans. Railroad companies could sell bonds to investors in London to finance construction projects in Argentina or India, confident that the value of their debt would not fluctuate wildly due to currency manipulation. International trade expanded dramatically, as merchants no longer needed to worry about exchange rate risks wiping out their profits during the months-long journeys required to transport goods across oceans. The banking system evolved rapidly to meet the needs of this new industrial economy. Commercial banks, which had traditionally focused on storing merchants' gold and silver, and providing short-term loans for trading voyages, began extending longer-term credit to manufacturing businesses. These banks learned to evaluate the credit-worthiness of borrowers not just based on their existing wealth, but on their business plans and potential future earnings. A skilled craftsman with a good reputation might receive a loan to purchase new machinery and expand his workshop into a small factory, even if he did not have substantial assets to serve as collateral. Investment banking emerged as a specialized field distinct from commercial banking. Investment banks focused on raising large amounts of capital for major projects like railroad construction, mining operations, or the establishment of new manufacturing companies. Rather than using their own funds to make loans, investment banks would organize groups of wealthy investors to purchase bonds or shares in these enterprises. The Rothschild family became perhaps the most famous investment banking dynasty of this era, with branches in London, Paris, Vienna, Naples and Frankfurt that could coordinate financing for projects spanning multiple countries. The complexity of financing major industrial projects required new financial instruments and techniques. Railroad companies, for example, needed enormous amounts of capital up front to purchase land, hire workers and buy materials, but they would not generate significant revenue until the entire rail line was completed and operational. Investment banks developed elaborate bond structures that allowed these companies to borrow money in stages, with different groups of investors providing funds at different phases of construction. Some bonds paid interest immediately, while others, known as income bonds, only paid interest once the railroad began generating profits. Central banking also evolved during this period, though the concept developed differently in various countries. The Bank of England, established in 1694, had gradually assumed responsibility for managing Britain's monetary system and serving as a lender of last resort during financial crises. When smaller banks faced runs by depositors demanding their money back, the Bank of England could provide emergency loans to prevent these institutions from collapsing and spreading panic throughout the financial system. This role became increasingly important as the banking system grew more interconnected, and the failure of one major bank could threaten the stability of the entire economy. The United States took a different approach to central banking, reflecting deep suspicions about concentrated financial power that dated back to the country's founding. The first Bank of the United States, chartered in 1791, and the Second Bank of the United States, chartered in 1816, both faced intense political opposition and were allowed to expire after their 20-year charters ended. From 1837 to 1863, the United States operated under a system of free banking, where individual states chartered banks and each bank issued its own paper money. This created a confusing situation where thousands of different banknotes circulated throughout the country, many of them difficult to verify and some issued by banks that had already failed. The American Civil War from 1861 to 1865 forced major changes in the United States monetary system. The federal government needed to finance enormous military expenditures and began issuing its own paper money, known as greenbacks, which were not backed by gold or silver. The National Banking Act of 1863 created a system of nationally chartered banks that could issue standardized paper money backed by government bonds. This began to create a more unified national currency, though state-chartered banks continued to operate alongside the new national banks. London emerged as the world's leading financial centre during this period, a position it would hold until the mid-20th century. The combination of Britain's early adoption of the gold standard, its extensive colonial empire, and its advanced banking system made London the natural place for international financial transactions. Foreign governments and companies routinely came to London to raise capital, and British banks financed development projects throughout the world. The London money market became so sophisticated that it could provide short-term loans to banks and businesses around the globe, helping to smooth out seasonal fluctuations in credit availability. The California Gold Rush, which began in 1848 when James Marshall discovered gold at Sutter's Mill, provided a dramatic illustration of how gold discoveries could affect the global economy. News of the discovery spread rapidly, and within 2 years, over 300,000 people had travelled to California seeking their fortunes. The influx of gold miners increased California's population from about 14,000 to over 300,000 in just a few years, creating instant cities like San Francisco and Sacramento. The economic impact of the California Gold Rush extended far beyond the American West. The discovery increased the world's gold supply by approximately 600% between 1848 and 1855, adding an estimated $106 million worth of gold to global circulation. This massive increase in the money supply created inflationary pressures throughout the world economy as more money chased the same amount of goods and services. Prices rose in countries on the gold standard, but the increase was gradual enough that it actually stimulated economic growth, rather than causing the kind of hyperinflation that would devastate economies in later periods. The banking response to the California gold rush illustrated the adaptability of the financial system during this era. Dozens of new banks opened in California to handle the gold deposits of successful miners, and many of these institutions found creative ways to turn raw gold into usable currency. Some banks established their own mints to turn gold dust and nuggets into standardized coins, while others developed networks to transport California gold to established mints in Philadelphia and New Orleans. Wells Fargo, founded in 1852, became famous for its stagecoach services that safely transported gold and money across the dangerous terrain of the American frontier. The gold rush also demonstrated how quickly capital could move around the world in response to new opportunities. British and European investors financed many of the larger mining operations in California, and profits from these investments flowed back across the Atlantic. This created an early example of global financial integration that would become increasingly common as the century progressed. The experience also showed how technological improvements in transportation and communication could accelerate economic development. The completion of the Transcontinental Railroad in 1869 made it much easier and cheaper to transport people and goods to and from California. The period from 1800 to 1900 saw the development of increasingly sophisticated financial markets that could channel savings from around the world toward productive investments. Stock exchanges, which had existed in rudimentary forms since the 1600s, became more organized and regulated. The New York Stock Exchange, founded in 1792, grew from a small group of traders meeting under a buttonwood tree to a major financial institution housed in an impressive building on Wall Street. The London Stock Exchange similarly evolved from informal meetings in coffee houses to a formal institution with elaborate rules and procedures. These stock exchanges served crucial functions in the industrial economy. They provided a way for successful companies to raise additional capital for expansion by selling shares to the public, and they created liquid markets where investors could buy and sell these shares relatively easily. This liquidity was essential because it meant that investors did not have to tie up their money permanently in any single company. They could sell their shares if they needed cash or if they found more attractive investment opportunities elsewhere. The development of corporate law during this period provided the legal framework necessary for large-scale industrial enterprises. The concept of limited liability, which protected individual investors from being personally responsible for corporate debts beyond their initial investment, encouraged more people to buy shares in industrial companies. Joint stock companies, where ownership was divided into transferable shares, made it possible to accumulate the large amounts of capital needed for major industrial projects while spreading the risks among many investors. Railroad construction provided perhaps the most dramatic example of how the new financial system could mobilize capital for industrial development. Building a railroad required enormous upfront investments in land acquisition, grading, track laying, bridge construction and equipment purchases, often before any revenue could be generated. The Pennsylvania Railroad, one of the largest American railroad companies, required initial capital of over $30 million, an enormous sum at the time that could not be raised by any single individual or family. Investment banks developed elaborate syndicate structures to raise such large amounts of capital. A lead bank would organize a group of other banks and wealthy investors, each of whom would commit to purchasing a portion of the railroad company's bonds or shares. These securities would then be sold to the general public through the combined networks of all the participating institutions. The lead bank would typically guarantee that the railroad company would receive the full amount of money it needed, even if public demand for the securities proved insufficient. The railroad boom also spurred innovations in accounting and financial reporting. Investors needed reliable information about railroad companies' financial condition to make informed decisions about buying their securities. This created demand for standardized accounting practices and independent auditing of corporate financial statements. The complexity of railroad operations, with their extensive fixed assets, ongoing maintenance requirements, and variable revenue streams, pushed accountants to develop more sophisticated methods for measuring corporate performance and financial health. International finance became increasingly important as the century progressed and more countries joined the gold standard. British investors, who had accumulated substantial wealth from their country's early industrialization, became major sources of capital for development projects around the world. British money financed railroad construction in Argentina, mining operations in South Africa, and plantation development in Asia. These investments created a complex web of international financial relationships that tied together economies across the globe. The growth of international trade during this period was facilitated not only by monetary stability, but also by improvements in transportation and communication technology. The completion of the Suez Canal in 1869 dramatically reduced the time and cost of shipping goods between Europe and Asia. The first successful transatlantic telegraph cable, completed in 1866, allowed near instantaneous communication between financial centres in London and New York for the first time in history. These technological advances made it much easier for banks and businesses to coordinate international transactions and manage the risks associated with long-distance trade. Commercial banking practices evolved significantly during the industrial era to serve the needs of a rapidly changing economy. Banks began offering new services like letters of credit, which allowed merchants to guarantee payment for goods purchased in foreign countries without having to transport large amounts of cash or gold across dangerous territories. Cheques became more widely accepted as a substitute for cash payments, though the clearing and settlement of cheques remained a slow and cumbersome process that required physical transportation of paper documents between banks. The relationship between banks and their customers also changed as the industrial economy created new social classes with different financial needs. Wealthy industrialists and merchants required sophisticated banking services, including foreign exchange, investment advice, and estate planning. Middle-class professionals and skilled workers needed basic savings accounts and small loans for home purchases or business investments. Even ordinary workers increasingly used banks to store their wages safely and send money to family members in other cities or countries. Banking regulation developed gradually during this period as governments struggled to balance the benefits of financial innovation with the need to protect depositors and maintain monetary stability. Bank failures were common, especially during economic downturns, and these failures could wipe out the life savings of ordinary citizens who had trusted their money to institutions that proved to be poorly managed or unlucky. Some countries, like Scotland, developed systems where banks were jointly liable for each other's debts, creating strong incentives for banks to monitor each other's behaviour and maintain conservative lending practices. The late 1800s saw several major financial crises that tested the resilience of the new banking system and led to important reforms. The Panic of 1857, triggered by the failure of the Ohio Life Insurance and Trust Company, spread rapidly through the American financial system and caused hundreds of bank failures. The Panic of 1873, which began with the collapse of J. Cook and Company, a major investment bank that had overextended itself financing railroad construction, led to a severe economic depression that lasted for several years. These crises revealed both the strengths and weaknesses of the gold standard system. On one hand, the requirement to back paper money with gold prevented governments from printing unlimited amounts of currency to finance their spending, which helped maintain long-term price stability. On the other hand, the gold standard made it difficult for central banks to respond flexibly to financial crises, because they could not create additional money to support failing banks unless they had additional gold reserves. The period also saw important developments in insurance and other financial services that supported industrial development. Fire insurance became crucial as cities filled with wooden buildings and coal-powered factories that created constant fire hazards. Marine insurance protected the valuable cargoes that crossed oceans in ever larger ships. Life insurance allowed families to protect themselves against the financial consequences of premature death, while disability insurance provided some protection against workplace accidents that were common in industrial settings. By the end of the 19th century, the financial system had been thoroughly transformed from the relatively simple arrangements that had existed in 1800. A complex network of commercial banks, investment banks, insurance companies and stock exchanges had developed to serve the needs of industrial capitalism. The gold standard provided monetary stability that facilitated international trade and investment, while new financial instruments and institutions made it possible to raise the enormous amounts of capital needed for major industrial projects. The stage was set for even more dramatic changes that would come with the challenges of the 20th century. The modern era and fiat money. Breaking the golden chains. The morning of August 15th, 1971, at Camp David in Maryland would prove to be one of the most significant dates in monetary history, though few people realized it at the time. President Richard Nixon appeared on television to announce that the United States would no longer convert dollars to gold at the fixed price that had anchored the international monetary system since World War II. This decision, which became known as the Nixon shock, effectively ended the gold standard that had dominated global finance for over a century and ushered in the modern era of fiat money, currency that derives its value from government decree rather than backing by precious metals. The journey to this momentous decision began decades earlier, as the rigid requirements of the gold standard proved increasingly incompatible with the economic realities of the 20th century. The first major crack in the system appeared during World War I, when the enormous financial demands of modern warfare forced most countries to abandon gold convertibility temporarily. Britain, France, Germany, and other major powers needed to print vast amounts of money to pay for weapons, supplies, and soldier wages. But their gold reserves were insufficient to back such massive currency expansion under traditional gold standard rules. World War I demonstrated that the gold standard, while excellent for maintaining price stability during peacetime, became a dangerous constraint when governments faced existential threats. Countries that tried to maintain gold convertibility found themselves unable to finance adequate military preparations, while those that abandoned the gold standard could mobilize their full economic resources for the war effort. Germany's experience was particularly instructive. The country's adherence to gold standard principles in the early stages of the war hampered its ability to match the military spending of enemies who had abandoned these constraints more quickly. The aftermath of World War I created unprecedented economic instability that the gold standard proved incapable of managing effectively. The Treaty of Versailles imposed massive reparation payments on Germany, requiring the country to transfer enormous amounts of wealth to the victorious Allies. These payments, denominated in gold or foreign currencies, created impossible strains on the German economy, and ultimately led to the hyperinflation crisis of 1921 to 1923. That would become one of history's most dramatic examples of monetary collapse. The Weimar hyperinflation began as a deliberate policy choice by the German government, which faced the impossible task of paying war reparations while rebuilding a devastated economy. Rather than raising taxes or cutting spending to balance the government budget, German leaders decided to print money to meet their obligations. This decision seemed reasonable at first. Prices rose gradually, and the economy actually grew during the early stages of the inflation. However, the situation quickly spiraled out of control as people lost confidence in the German mark and began demanding immediate payment for goods and services rather than accepting paper money that might be worthless tomorrow. At the peak of the hyperinflation in November 1923, prices were doubling approximately every 3.7 days. A loaf of bread that cost 250 marks in January 1923 cost 200 billion marks by November of the same year. Workers demanded to be paid twice daily so they could spend their wages immediately before they lost value. And many people carried wheelbarrows full of cash to make routine purchases. The social fabric of German society began to unravel as savings accumulated over lifetimes became worthless overnight, and the middle class saw their financial security completely destroyed. The hyperinflation finally ended in November 1923 when the German government introduced a new currency called the Rentenmark, which was backed not by gold but by mortgages on German land and buildings. This new currency succeeded in restoring confidence because people believed that real estate would retain its value even if the government continued to print money irresponsibly. The Rentenmark was later replaced by the Reichsmark, which was backed by a combination of gold reserves and foreign exchange. But the psychological impact of the hyperinflation lasted for decades and influenced German attitudes toward monetary policy throughout the remainder of the 20th century. The 1920s saw attempts to restore the international gold standard, but these efforts were undermined by fundamental changes in the global economy that had occurred during and after World War I. Britain returned to the gold standard in 1925 at the pre-war exchange rate, but this decision proved to be a serious mistake, that made British exports uncompetitively expensive and contributed to persistent unemployment and economic stagnation throughout the decade. The United States, which had emerged from the war as the world's largest creditor nation, accumulated enormous gold reserves that created deflationary pressures in other countries trying to maintain their own gold standard commitments. The Great Depression, which began with the American stock market crash in October 1929, delivered the final blow to the classical gold standard system. As economic activity collapsed around the world, countries found that their adherence to gold standard rules prevented them from taking the monetary and fiscal actions necessary to combat deflation and unemployment. The gold standard required countries experiencing economic difficulties to raise interest rates and reduce government spending, precisely the opposite of what modern economic theory suggests should be done during a severe recession. Countries that abandoned the gold standard earliest recovered from the Great Depression most quickly, while those that clung to gold standard commitments suffered longer and more severe economic contractions. Britain left the gold standard in September 1931, followed by other countries in what became known as the Sterling Bloc. The United States abandoned gold convertibility for domestic transactions in 1933, though it maintained a fixed gold price for international settlements. France, which had large gold reserves and strong political attachment to the gold standard, held out until 1936 but suffered prolonged economic stagnation as a result. The experience of the Great Depression convinced most economists and policymakers that the gold standard was incompatible with the goal of maintaining full employment and economic stability. The rigid monetary constraints imposed by gold backing prevented central banks from acting as lenders of last resort during financial crises and made it impossible to implement the kind of expansionary monetary policies that could offset deflationary forces. However, abandoning the gold standard created new challenges, particularly the need to maintain confidence in fiat currencies that had no intrinsic backing. World War II accelerated the development of new monetary arrangements and demonstrated the advantages of flexible exchange rates and independent monetary policies. Countries could finance their war efforts without being constrained by gold reserves, and they could adjust their exchange rates to maintain competitiveness in international trade. The United States, which again emerged from the war in a dominant economic position, began planning for a new international monetary system that would combine the stability of fixed exchange rates with greater flexibility than the classical gold standard had provided. The Bretton Woods Conference, held in New Hampshire in July 1944, created a new international monetary system that represented a compromise between the stability of the gold standard and the flexibility needed for effective macroeconomic policy. Under the Bretton Woods system, the United States committed to converting dollars to gold at a fixed price of $35 per ounce, while other countries fixed their exchange rates to the dollar rather than directly to gold. This arrangement made the dollar the world's primary reserve currency and gave the United States special responsibilities for maintaining global monetary stability. The Bretton Woods system also created new international institutions designed to support global economic cooperation and development. The International Monetary Fund was established to provide short-term financial assistance to countries experiencing balance of payments difficulties, while the World Bank was created to finance long-term development projects in less developed countries. These institutions represented unprecedented international cooperation in economic affairs and reflected the lessons learned from the beggar-thy-neighbour policies of the 1930s that had worsened the Great Depression. The Federal Reserve System, established in the United States in 1913, evolved significantly during this period to become a modern central bank capable of implementing sophisticated monetary policy. The Federal Reserve Act had originally created a decentralized system with 12 regional reserve banks that had considerable autonomy. But the experience of the Great Depression led to greater centralization of authority in the Board of Governors in Washington. The Banking Act of 1935 gave the Federal Reserve more tools for controlling the money supply and managing the banking system, including the ability to set reserve requirements for member banks and to conduct open market operations in government securities. Central banking theory and practice advanced rapidly during the mid-20th century as economists developed better understanding of how monetary policy could be used to influence economic activity. The work of economists like John Maynard Keynes demonstrated that governments had both the ability and the responsibility to manage aggregate demand through fiscal and monetary policy, challenging the classical assumption that economies would automatically tend toward full employment equilibrium. Central banks began to see themselves not just as guardians of currency stability, but as active participants in economic management with responsibilities for promoting employment and growth as well as controlling inflation. The development of deposit insurance represented another major innovation in banking regulation during this period. The United States created the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation in 1933 to protect bank depositors after thousands of bank failures during the early years of the Great Depression had wiped out the savings of millions of Americans. Deposit insurance fundamentally changed the relationship between banks and their customers by removing the incentive for depositors to withdraw their funds at the first sign of trouble, thereby preventing the kind of bank runs that had been common during earlier financial crises. Commercial banking practices continued to evolve throughout the early and mid-20th century as banks adapted to serve the needs of an increasingly complex economy. Consumer lending became a major source of bank profits as rising incomes and the growth of suburbia created demand for automobile loans, home mortgages, and other forms of installment credit. Banks also began offering new services like travelers' checks, safe deposit boxes, and trust services that helped them compete for customers and generate fee income beyond traditional lending activities. The growth of multinational corporations during this period created new challenges and opportunities for international banking. American companies expanding into foreign markets needed banking services that could facilitate cross-border transactions, foreign exchange operations, and trade financing. Large American banks began establishing foreign branches and subsidiaries to serve these needs, creating the foundation for what would later become the global banking system of the late 20th century. The Bretton Woods system functioned reasonably well during the 1950s and early 1960s, providing exchange rate stability that facilitated the rapid growth of international trade during this period. However, the system contained inherent contradictions that became increasingly apparent as the global economy grew and changed. The United States had to run balance of payments deficits to supply other countries with the dollars they needed for international reserves. But persistent deficits eventually undermined confidence in the dollar's convertibility to gold at the fixed price of $35 per ounce. The problem was compounded by rising American inflation during the 1960s, particularly after the escalation of spending on the Vietnam War and Great Society social programs. Other countries began to question whether the United States could maintain the gold convertibility of the dollar indefinitely and some countries, particularly France under President Charles de Gaulle, began converting their dollar reserves to gold in large quantities. American gold reserves declined from over 20,000 tons in 1950 to less than 9,000 tons by 1971, while the quantity of dollars held by foreign central banks continued to grow. By the late 1960s, it became clear that the Bretton Woods system was unsustainable in its original form. The United States faced an impossible choice between maintaining gold convertibility, which would require severe deflationary policies that would increase unemployment and slow economic growth, or abandoning convertibility to preserve domestic policy flexibility. Attempts to reform the system through negotiations with other major countries proved unsuccessful, as different countries had conflicting interests and priorities that made compromise difficult. The immediate trigger for the Nixon shock came in early 1971 when Britain requested conversion of $3 billion to gold, a transaction that would have severely depleted American gold reserves. Faced with the prospect of additional conversion requests from other countries, President Nixon decided to suspend gold convertibility temporarily while negotiations continued for a permanent solution. However, the suspension became permanent as it became clear that no reformed fixed exchange rate system could accommodate the diverse needs and policies of major economies. The end of the Bretton Woods system marked the beginning of the modern era of flexible exchange rates and fiat money, though the full implications of this change would not become apparent for several years. Without the discipline imposed by gold convertibility, governments gained much greater freedom to pursue independent monetary and fiscal policies, but they also assumed greater responsibility for maintaining confidence in their currencies through sound economic management. The success of fiat money systems would depend ultimately on the credibility and competence of the institutions responsible for monetary policy, rather than on the automatic constraints imposed by precious metal backing. The transition from the gold standard to fiat money represented one of the most fundamental changes in monetary arrangements since the invention of coinage over 2 millennia earlier. For the first time in human history, the world's major currencies derived their value entirely from confidence in the governments that issued them, rather than from any intrinsic worth or convertibility to precious metals. This change would create both new opportunities and new challenges for economic policy in the decades that followed, as policymakers learned to manage monetary systems that were more flexible but potentially less stable than their gold-backed predecessors. The digital revolution. Money becomes information. The year 1971 marked a pivotal moment in human history when President Richard Nixon announced that the United States would no longer convert dollars to gold at a fixed rate, effectively ending the Bretton Woods system that had governed international finance since World War II. This decision, known as the Nixon shock, severed the last official link between money and precious metals that had existed for thousands of years. What followed was not just a change in monetary policy, but the beginning of a complete transformation in how humanity would think about, store and exchange value. In the gleaming towers of Wall Street and the quiet back offices of banks around the world, something revolutionary was already beginning to happen. Computer terminals, still primitive by today's standards, with their green phosphorescent screens and clacking keyboards, were starting to handle what had previously required armoured cars, human couriers and physical vaults. For the first time in history, money was becoming pure information, existing as electrical impulses racing through copper wires and magnetic patterns stored on spinning disk drives. The transformation did not happen overnight. Throughout the early 1970s, banks still relied heavily on paper checks, physical cash, and manual record-keeping systems that would have been familiar to bankers from the previous century. However, the seeds of change had been planted decades earlier. The first electronic computer designed for business use, the UNIVAC 1, had been delivered to the United States Census Bureau in 1951, and by the 1960s, forward-thinking banks were beginning to experiment with using these room-sized machines to process routine transactions. The Bank of America had pioneered one of the earliest banking computer systems in 1959 with their electronic recording method of accounting, known as IAMA. This system could process checks at a rate that would have been impossible for human clerks, reading the magnetic ink character recognition numbers printed at the bottom of checks and sorting them automatically. What seemed like a simple efficiency improvement was actually laying the groundwork for a complete reimagining of how money could move through society. The true revolution began with the development of the automated teller machine, though few people recognized its significance at the time. The first ATM was installed at Barclays Bank in London in 1967, invented by John Shepherd Barron, who reportedly got the idea while taking a bath and thinking about chocolate bar vending machines. The early machines were primitive, requiring customers to insert special vouchers purchased in advance rather than using plastic cards. The vouchers were coated with a mildly radioactive substance called carbon-14, so the machine could verify their authenticity, a solution that seems almost comically dangerous by modern standards. American banks quickly adopted and improved upon this British innovation. Chemical Bank installed the first ATM in the United States in 1969 at their branch in Rockville Centre, New York. They called it the DocuTeller, and it was marketed with the slogan, "On September 2nd, our bank will open at 9 a.m. and never close again." This simple promise represented a fundamental shift in the relationship between people and their money. For the first time since the invention of banking, customers could access their funds without needing to interact with a human teller during business hours. The early ATMs were standalone devices that could only dispense cash and provide basic account balances. However, they introduced millions of people to the concept of accessing their money through electronic means. Customers had to learn to trust that the machine would accurately record their transactions and that their account balances displayed on the green screen were correct. This trust was not automatically granted. Many early users would visit a human teller immediately after using an ATM to verify that their transaction had been processed correctly. The development of magnetic stripe technology for credit and debit cards provided another crucial building block for the digital money revolution. The magnetic stripe, that ubiquitous black or brown band on the back of every card, could store basic account information that machines could read quickly and reliably. IBM developed this technology in the late 1960s, initially for employee identification badges, but it quickly found applications in the financial world. Credit cards themselves had existed since the 1950s, when Diners Club introduced the first general-purpose charge card, followed by American Express and eventually Bank Americard, which would later become Visa. However, these early credit cards were processed manually. Merchants would place the card in a mechanical imprinter, slide a carbon paper form over it, and physically imprint the raised numbers onto the paper. The resulting slip would then be mailed to the credit card company for processing, a system that could take weeks to complete. The introduction of electronic credit card processing in the 1970s and 1980s transformed retail commerce. Point-of-sale terminals could read the magnetic stripe, dial up the credit card company through phone lines, and receive authorization for the transaction within seconds. This system, while primitive compared to modern standards, represented the first time that money could move instantaneously across vast distances without any physical transfer of cash or precious metals. Behind the scenes, an even more significant revolution was taking place in how banks communicated with each other. The Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial Telecommunication, known as SWIFT, was established in Brussels in 1973 by 239 banks from 15 countries. Before SWIFT, international money transfers relied on an antiquated system of correspondent banking relationships and physical delivery of payment instructions via telex or mail. A simple wire transfer from New York to London might take several days and require multiple intermediary banks, each adding their own fees and delays. SWIFT created a standardized messaging system that allowed banks to communicate payment instructions quickly and securely across international borders. The system used dedicated computer networks and encryption technology that was state-of-the-art for its time. By 1977, SWIFT was processing over 1 million messages per year. By the 1980s, this number had grown to over 100 million messages annually. Each message represented money moving through the global financial system at the speed of light rather than the speed of ships, trains, or airplanes. The introduction of personal computers in the 1980s opened new possibilities for how individuals could interact with their money. Early home banking systems required customers to dial into their bank's computer system using acoustic couplers, primitive modems that required placing a telephone handset into rubber cups connected to the computer. The connection was slow and often unreliable, but it allowed customers to check account balances and transfer money between their own accounts from the comfort of their homes. Prodigy, one of the first major online service providers, launched home banking services in partnership with several major banks in the late 1980s. Customers could pay bills, transfer funds, and even apply for loans using their home computers. The interface was text-based and clunky, requiring users to navigate through multiple screens using keyboard commands, but it represented the first glimpse of a future where banking could be conducted entirely electronically. The 1990s brought the explosive growth of the Internet, and with it, the next phase of the digital money revolution. Online banking evolved from the primitive dial-up systems of the 1980s to sophisticated web-based platforms that could be accessed from any computer with an internet connection. Banks invested heavily in secure website technology, developing encryption systems that could protect customer data as it traveled across the public internet. Electronic commerce, or e-commerce, emerged as entrepreneurs and established retailers recognized the potential of selling goods and services online. However, early online merchants faced a significant challenge: how to accept payments securely over the internet. Credit card numbers transmitted over early web connections were vulnerable to interception by hackers, making consumers reluctant to make online purchases. The development of secure sockets layer technology, known as SSL, provided a solution to this problem. SSL encrypted data as it traveled between customers' computers and merchants' websites, making it virtually impossible for hackers to intercept and decode credit card information. The presence of SSL protection became indicated by a small padlock icon in web browsers, a symbol that millions of Internet users learned to look for before entering their payment information. PayPal, founded in 1998 by Peter Thiel, Max Levchin, and Elon Musk, revolutionized online payments by creating a system that allowed individuals to send money to each other using only email addresses. Users could link their bank accounts or credit cards to their PayPal accounts and then send money to anyone else with a PayPal account by simply entering their email address and the amount to be transferred. The recipient would receive an email notification and could then transfer the money to their own bank account or use it to make other online purchases. PayPal's success was driven partly by its integration with eBay, the online auction site that was creating a new economy of person-to-person commerce. Suddenly, individuals could sell items to strangers across the country or around the world and receive payment quickly and securely. This represented a fundamental democratization of commerce, allowing anyone with an internet connection to become a merchant. The early 2000s saw the introduction of contactless payment technology, which used radio frequency identification, or RFID, to allow customers to make payments by simply waving their cards or phones near a special reader. This technology, initially called Tap and Pay, eliminated the need to swipe cards or enter PIN numbers for small purchases. While contactless payments were slow to gain adoption in the United States, they became popular in other parts of the world, particularly in Asia and Europe. Japan led the way in mobile payment technology with the introduction of Felica-based systems that allowed customers to make payments using their mobile phones. The technology was integrated into Japan's extensive public transportation system, allowing commuters to tap their phones to pay for trains and buses. This seamless integration of payment technology into daily life provided a glimpse of the cashless society that was beginning to emerge. The global financial crisis of 2008 accelerated the adoption of digital payment technologies as consumers and businesses sought alternatives to traditional banking systems. The crisis also highlighted the interconnectedness of the global financial system and the risks associated with the complex web of electronic transactions that had come to underpin the world economy. However, rather than retreating from digital finance, the crisis spurred innovation in financial technology, leading to the emergence of what would become known as the fintech industry. Mobile banking applications, initially simple programs that allowed customers to check account balances on their smartphones, evolved into sophisticated platforms that could handle nearly every banking function. Customers could deposit checks by taking photos with their phone cameras, transfer money to friends and family with a few taps, and even apply for loans without ever visiting a bank branch. The COVID-19 pandemic of 2020 accelerated this trend, as lockdowns and social distancing measures made digital banking not just convenient but necessary. The most revolutionary development in digital money came in 2008 with the publication of a white paper titled Bitcoin, a peer-to-peer electronic cash system by the mysterious Satoshi Nakamoto. Bitcoin proposed a completely new form of money that existed only in digital form and was not controlled by any government or central bank. Instead, it relied on a distributed network of computers that maintained a shared ledger called a blockchain, which recorded every transaction in the system. The blockchain technology underlying Bitcoin solved several problems that had prevented previous attempts at creating digital currencies. The double spending problem, which occurred when the same digital money could be spent multiple times, was eliminated through the consensus mechanism that required the majority of network participants to agree on the validity of each transaction. The system also eliminated the need for trusted intermediaries like banks or payment processors, allowing individuals to send money directly to each other across the internet. Bitcoin's early years were marked by volatility and skepticism from traditional financial institutions and governments. The currency was primarily used by technology enthusiasts and, unfortunately, by criminals who appreciated its pseudonymous nature and the difficulty of tracing transactions. However, as the technology matured and mainstream investors began to recognize its potential, Bitcoin's value increased dramatically, reaching peaks of nearly $70,000 per coin in 2021. The success of Bitcoin inspired the creation of thousands of other cryptocurrencies, each attempting to solve different problems or serve different markets. Ethereum, launched in 2015, introduced the concept of smart contracts, which are computer programs that can automatically execute financial agreements without human intervention. This capability opened up possibilities for decentralized finance, or DeFi, applications that could provide lending, borrowing, and investment services without traditional financial institutions. While cryptocurrencies captured headlines and imagination, parallel developments in mobile money were having more immediate impacts on the lives of ordinary people, particularly in developing countries. Kenya's M-Pesa system, launched in 2007 by the mobile network operator Safaricom, demonstrated how mobile phones could serve as a platform for financial services in regions where traditional banking infrastructure was limited. M-Pesa, which means mobile money in Swahili, allowed users to deposit money at agent locations throughout Kenya and then send it to other users via text message. Recipients could withdraw the money at other agent locations or use it to pay for goods and services at participating merchants. The system did not require smartphones or internet connections, working on the most basic mobile phones through simple text message commands. The success of M-Pesa was remarkable. Within 2 years of its launch, it had 10 million users, representing nearly half of Kenya's adult population. By 2020, the system processed transactions worth over $50 billion annually, equivalent to nearly half of Kenya's gross domestic product. The service provided financial access to millions of people who had previously been excluded from the formal banking system, allowing them to save money safely, send remittances to family members, and build financial histories that could help them access credit. The M-Pesa model inspired similar systems throughout Africa and other developing regions. Mobile money services like Orange Money, MTN Mobile Money, and Airtel Money expanded across the continent, creating a leapfrog effect where countries with limited traditional banking infrastructure moved directly to mobile-based financial services. This phenomenon demonstrated how digital technology could democratize access to financial services in ways that traditional banking had failed to achieve. China took a different approach to mobile payments, with technology companies rather than telecommunications providers leading the development. Alipay, launched by Alibaba in 2004 to facilitate payments on their e-commerce platform, evolved into a comprehensive digital wallet that could be used for everything from paying utility bills to buying street food. Tencent's WeChat Pay, integrated into the popular WeChat messaging app, achieved similar ubiquity by making mobile payments a seamless part of social interaction. The adoption of mobile payments in China was extraordinarily rapid. By 2020, mobile payments accounted for over 80% of all payment transactions in the country, with cash becoming increasingly rare in urban areas. QR codes, simple black and white patterns that could be scanned by smartphone cameras, became the primary interface for mobile payments. Merchants could display QR codes for customers to scan, or customers could generate QR codes for merchants to scan, creating a flexible system that worked for everything from large retailers to individual street vendors. The Chinese mobile payment ecosystem also pioneered the integration of financial services with social media and e-commerce. Users could send money to friends as easily as sending a text message, split restaurant bills automatically among dining companions, and make investments in money market funds with a few taps on their phones. This integration created super apps that combined messaging, social media, e-commerce and financial services into unified platforms that became central to users' daily lives. Central banks around the world began to take notice of these developments and started exploring the possibility of issuing their own digital currencies. Central bank digital currencies, or CBDCs, would combine the convenience and efficiency of digital payments with the stability and regulatory oversight of government-issued money. China led the way with extensive trials of a digital yuan, while other major economies, including the European Union, the United States, and the United Kingdom, began serious research into digital versions of their currencies. The appeal of CBDCs for governments was multifaceted. Digital currencies could reduce the costs associated with printing, distributing, and securing physical cash. They could also provide central banks with more precise tools for implementing monetary policy and could potentially improve financial inclusion by providing government-backed digital money to anyone with a basic mobile phone. However, CBDCs also raised concerns about privacy and surveillance, as digital transactions could potentially be monitored by governments in real time. The fintech revolution transformed not just how people made payments, but how they accessed all kinds of financial services. Peer-to-peer lending platforms like Lending Club and Prosper allowed individuals to lend money directly to other individuals or small businesses, bypassing traditional banks. Robo-advisors like Betterment and Wealthfront used algorithms to provide investment management services at a fraction of the cost of traditional financial advisors. Neobanks like Chime and Revolut offered full banking services through mobile apps without any physical branches. These fintech innovations were powered by several technological trends that converged in the 2010s. Cloud computing made it possible for small startups to access the same computing resources as large banks without massive upfront investments. Application programming interfaces, or APIs, allowed different financial services to be combined and integrated in new ways. Machine learning and artificial intelligence enabled more sophisticated risk assessment and fraud detection than had ever been possible. The regulatory environment also began to adapt to these new realities. Open banking regulations in Europe and similar initiatives in other countries required traditional banks to share customer data, with appropriate permissions, with third-party financial service providers. This regulatory change, combined with technological developments, created an ecosystem where customers could use apps that aggregated information from multiple bank accounts, automatically categorized expenses, and provided personalized financial advice. Artificial intelligence began to play an increasingly important role in financial services, from chatbots that could answer customer service questions to sophisticated algorithms that could detect fraudulent transactions in real time. Machine learning systems could analyze spending patterns to identify potential financial difficulties before they became serious problems, and could offer personalized recommendations for saving money or improving credit scores. The COVID-19 pandemic of 2020 accelerated many of these trends as lockdowns and social distancing measures made digital financial services not just convenient, but necessary. Governments around the world distributed emergency economic relief payments through digital channels, often to people who had never used electronic banking before. The pandemic also highlighted the inequalities in access to digital financial services, as those without smartphones or reliable internet connections found themselves excluded from many forms of economic activity. As the digital money revolution continued to unfold, new challenges and opportunities emerged. Cybersecurity became an increasingly important concern as financial services moved online and the potential impact of successful attacks grew. Data privacy became a major issue as financial companies collected vast amounts of information about their customers' spending habits, location data, and financial behavior. The environmental impact of cryptocurrency mining raised questions about the sustainability of some digital currency systems. Looking toward the future, several trends seemed likely to shape the continued evolution of digital money. Programmable money, enabled by smart contract technology, could automate many financial processes and create new forms of economic interaction. Central bank digital currencies could provide the stability of government-backed money with the convenience of digital payments. Artificial intelligence could make financial services more personalized and accessible while also raising new questions about algorithmic bias and decision-making transparency. The integration of financial services with other aspects of daily life seemed likely to continue, with money becoming increasingly invisible as transactions happened automatically in the background of other activities. The Internet of Things could enable devices to make payments on behalf of their owners, while augmented reality could overlay financial information onto the physical world in real time. However, the digital money revolution also raised fundamental questions about the nature of money itself and the structure of the financial system. If money became purely digital and governments could monitor every transaction, what would happen to financial privacy and individual autonomy? If artificial intelligence made most financial decisions, how would people maintain control over their economic lives? If cryptocurrencies enabled truly decentralized finance, what role would traditional institutions play in the future economy? The story of money's transformation from physical objects to digital information represents one of the most significant changes in human economic history. In less than 50 years, humanity moved from a system where money was backed by gold and transactions required physical presence or paper documents, to one where trillions of dollars could move around the world at the speed of light through networks of computers. This transformation has democratized access to financial services, created new forms of economic activity, and fundamentally changed the relationship between individuals and their money. Yet, this revolution is far from complete. As new technologies like quantum computing, blockchain, and artificial intelligence continue to develop, they will likely enable further transformations in how humanity creates, stores, and exchanges value. The challenge for societies around the world will be to harness the benefits of these technologies while addressing their risks and ensuring that the digital money revolution serves the needs of all people, not just those with access to the latest technology. The digital money revolution represents both an end and a beginning. It marks the end of money as a physical object that must be transported and stored in vaults, and the beginning of money as pure information that can be programmed, analyzed, and transmitted instantly across the globe. As this transformation continues to unfold, it will undoubtedly create new opportunities and challenges that we can barely imagine today, ensuring that the story of money's evolution continues to be written with each passing day.